Hello, Gerald, Carmen, our interpreter for the night. Mary, Mr. Benjamin.
Hi.
How are you?
Leo, Omar, Sarah. I think we have about 10 participants, so
Good evening,
as
everyone.
many people as I've gotten so far.
Greetings, Chair.
Good afternoon. Good night.
To Eli.
Um,
You don't like calling me Eli
has a
anymore?
question.
Who, Carmen?
Yes.
Yeah.
I would like to know, is this going to be simultaneous? Do we have a special channel? Is it going to be consecutive? You talk, I talk?
We're probably going to have to do slides by slides presentation because the technology, we still haven't quite gotten it.
So it's going to be
Place.
consecutive.
Exactly.
Okay.
And Liezo, moving forward, we can set up, and I mentioned this from a CB9 meeting, a separate channel
Yeah.
to go with either committee meetings or the general meeting so that you could have simultaneous translation without the back and forth.
Yeah, we are. We just we just needed to open up our own Zoom account.
Yep.
Since we don't have the technicalities or the permission, administrative rights.
Mhm.
Since it's MBPO's accounts. So thank you, Wayne.
Not a problem.
So
Hi,
isn't it cool when it's like the movies, right? You are listening to a person speaking in a language, and then you have your earplugs listening a different language.
Yes, it's like our, great adventures at the United Nations.
Right. Because you wonder, how do they understand? They'll sit in there from 120 different cultures. They'll understand one another.
And I was just sent here. Can anyone just kind of let me know what kind of appointment is this? What kind of board meeting?
It's the general meeting of Manhattan Community Board 12.
Okay.
Hey, Nobles is on. Just want to thank everyone that responded to the initial survey in the email confirmation.
Okay.
So will we be getting an email during the meeting with the ballot on it, or how does this work?
Yes, it'll be directly after roll call.
Okay. Thanks, Nobles.
Anytime.
Will it be directly after roll call, or will it be
Directly after roll call.
after roll call in the context of the nominating committee?
Hello, folks.
You're muted.
Haha.
Come on, Grandpa. I don't quite understand the question from a nominating committee
I
standpoint.
guess the question is, are we going to do roll call when we call the meeting to order, which we actually haven't done in decades? Or are we going to do roll call when we're ready to do the voting?
That's correct. When we're ready to do the voting, after I
Okay.
have my opening remarks, then we're going to go to roll call.
Okay, that's clear. Thanks.
Cool. Yep.
How's everybody doing?
Good.
Very well, Faye.
Great.
Hey, Faye.
Hello, I see that Wayne is about to take his train. Oh,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
that looks
If
wonderful.
you hear any background noise, it's coming in.
What station is that, Wayne? That's not the one. That's
That
not
looks
the.
like Europe, like in Europe, right?
That's in Berlin. Yes.
Oh, okay. That's like
Yes.
that's not New York
Yeah.
design right there, except downtown.
No, it's
Okay.
Berlin.
Faye, you look like a movie star in that picture.
Mhm.
Ah, thank you. How you doing?
I hear a noise in the background.
I'm good.
Miriam, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
Good. Nice seeing you.
Hey, Miriam, good.
Yelly, how are you?
Hey, Ross,
Hey, Ross.
you and the long hair can actually quite
Most
pick you out of the
Barbers
picture.
are open.
most wanted.
I'm marking, this is the way I'm marking time. It has actually been since February, since I had a haircut.
I think it's quite dashing.
Well, I appreciate that. You know the old Abe Lincoln quote, the vote is 17-1, the one wins. Everybody likes it except one person. Who is that one person?
Your wife.
Wife.
It's more like the 70s. I like it. It's nice.
Just shake it at her. That's all.
Tell Connie we like it.
Okay.
We're gonna switch the name to Mr. Hansen. Yeah.
I thought that was my name, Faye.
Well, let's share for tonight, Liz. Actually, Glenny's son, I call him on Instagram, Mr. Hansen. Yeah, she loved it.
Wait, you're on Instagram?
Yes.
I have to find you. Don't tell me your name now because it's too public. But
Well, my name is everywhere. I'm in Twitter as well. Yeah, you will find me. I'm not on Facebook, never, find on Facebook, but Instagram and Twitter.
You're on Twitter?
I'm in Twitter and Instagram as well. Yes.
Are you on TikTok?
Oh, God.
Nah, only fan.
Stop, Curtis.
No.
She has only fan.
No.
You have to pay to see her.
Ellie.
No.
You gotta pay $10 to do the thing, huh?
No.
Here we go.
It's about work. Only about work. Yeah.
I'm on everything. I'm Curtis D. Young on every platform.
OnlyFans too?
I won't tell you that, Noble's call.
I'll find you. I'm just playing.
But Curtis, are you the only Curtis Young out there?
I am Curtis D. Young for a particular reason.
Okay.
Dr. Dre's son, Dr. Dre, who's a billionaire, his son is also named Curtis Young.
That's right.
Ah.
So
That's right.
I that's why I use Curtis D. Young for everything.
What would you know? I'm a bit confused.
You don't want to be the son of a billionaire? What's wrong with you?
Otherwise, people think I'm a billionaire. So I can't. I don't want any confusion.
Get rid of the
I
D.
won.
Get rid of the D, Curtis.
No, that's Curtis D. Young. I actually am Curtis D. Young III, but I thought that sounds pretentious. I let that go in undergrad. So
Oh, wow.
No, pretentious as if it was your first initial. If you were D. Curtis Young III, that would be pretentious.
my grandfather says, "Why don't you say you're Curtis D. Young III?" I'm like, because that's too much. But yes,
Is
I am.
either Rosie
That's some CB8 stuff.
or is it here?
Oh.
Yeah. So I think we have quorum. So I want to get started at 6:35, and we have our guest coming in at 6:45 in 10 minutes. So I want to
Yeah.
but we have our secretary's not there. I don't see her.
We already have 51, people.
Yeah, but not all our
Yeah,
board members, so we need quorum.
Well, we have a lot of members.
Is Paola or Ebenezer? They're probably here already, right?
Yeah, they're here. Chanel is there.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that the directions for sending out the ballot after the roll call were clear.
Are all the candidates here? Is Tanya Bonner here?
Hold on one second, Curtis. Ebenezer, Chanel, or Paola, from any of you guys, was it pretty clear about how we send out the ballots? Oh, Ebenezer's calling me.
Clear.
On mute.
We have 29, we have at least 29 board members on the call, so we have quorum.
Yeah, but our secretary is not there yet.
Is our assistant secretary here?
Is Rosie there? No, I called her and she's not there yet.
Rosie's calling in now.
Rosie's here.
I'm
Rosie,
on the
you there?
call. This is Tanya. I'm here.
Hey, Tanya.
Hi.
Rosie's on the call. She's muted and her video's off, but she's on the call.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry.
Rosie, you there? Good. So we have quorum. So while Rosie gets in or joins in, it's your duties.
Yeah, the critical thing is, Rosie as the assistant secretary, since the secretary is in here, you're taking minutes.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. I've never done this before for the general board meeting, so I'll do this now.
Okay, great. I know the staff, Paola is there and Chanel is there, so we can assist you with whatever it is that you need to make this until Rosie gets in. So we're gonna call this meeting to, I just got a text. Would you please promote Adele Bartlett from Manhattan Borough President's Office from attendee to panelist. Thank you. Gonna call the meeting to order. Gonna have a motion to accept December 2020's agenda.
Motion.
Second.
Rosie Gerard puts the motion in so she knows, and Darrell Cochran seconds it. Okay, moving forward, can we adopt?
Hearing no objection.
Is there any objections? Sorry. Thank you, Jim, for.
Thank you. We have to say the magic words.
Yeah, is there any objections?
No.
Any abstentions? Agenda approved. I'm moving along with November 2020 minutes, and I hope all of you guys had an opportunity to read them. Gonna have a motion to accept November 2020 minutes on the floor.
Second.
Any objections?
No.
Abstentions?
No.
Minutes approved. I'm gonna, I was hoping that our guest was there, Dr. David Ho. Is he there yet, Rose? I don't see Rafi Lantigua there. Hi, Dr. Russ.
I do not see
Yeah,
David
he's on
yet.
6:45, Eli.
What was that?
He's 6:45. He should be joining in a few minutes.
In a few minutes, okay.
Yes,
Well, so Ebenezer, would you like to give your report while we,
OC is here
I have
now,
a
by
point
the
of-
way.
Ose is there?
I have a point of order. I'm not sure if it's a point of order, but a point of order for folks who want to speak in the public session, please hit the Q&A button and enter your name. If you're speaking on behalf of a group, feel free to write the group's name and I will message you the order in which you'll be called on.
Okay, great, thank you. Jim, would you like to make a presentation on our resolution?
Thank you. You all got a copy of this resolution. It's a resolution that amends our bylaws to enable the remote voting we will be doing later. So this, and if you remember, we changed the bylaws last month so that changes in the bylaws take effect immediately. So does anyone have any questions? Because this has been about the same for 2 months now. And the rationale for all the other ways of voting are for an accommodation for the few board members we have who have difficulty with this stuff. And so that's what it's all about. Any questions? I hear no and we have to vote on it now. We can't wait till later. So I hear no questions. Therefore, Madam Secretary, are you ready to do a vote on this? OC?
I don't think is OC on? Because I didn't see OC.
Oh, I saw her. Well, someone's got to
She's here.
record.
You're on mute, OC.
Yeah, OC's there, but she's muted.
Can she unmute herself, or
Sure.
as the host, Catherine, can you unmute her? Because I think you have. I don't have capabilities.
I don't know if
I think she's unmuted now.
Yeah, so OC, are you ready to take the vote? We can't hear you. We still can't hear
She
you.
just got disconnected. Yeah, she just got disconnected.
She's not disconnected. She's here.
Oh, there she is. There we go.
But we can't hear her even though she's not muted. OC, we cannot hear you.
Yeah, she knows. Just give her a
Oh,
sec.
she knows. Okay. And we'll be voting on this resolution, and if it doesn't pass, we can't vote on the candidates later in the meeting.
I can't even see what you're doing.
OC.
Who said that? We can hear you now.
We could.
Let's try and Jim to at least present it on the floor. Do we need to have roll call?
Well, no, the point is we are now voting and someone has to call the name so we can vote. And if OC can't do it, since we can't hear her, then why don't we have the assistant secretary do it?
Rosie,
we will record
please
the vote.
just call the names.
Can we just ask if there's any objection?
Yeah, because
Actually,
That's a good
if
point,
there's
Daryl.
no objection, then we can use the attendance at this moment as the votes. Thank you very much, Daryl. I believe it was Daryl, right?
Yes.
Right, but
Yeah.
we don't know what the attendance is as of this moment because we haven't called the roll.
Okay, so let's just call the roll, be done with it. Rosie, can you call the roll?
Give me 1 second. I'm trying to find
Sure.
the attendance sheet for the board, but I've never received it. So
Rosie wouldn't have it for the general meeting, so, and Ozzy's still on the call. Can someone call her on her cell to see if she's having technical difficulties?
I have the CB12 board directory from September 2020 and can use this to just get the business going.
Okay, why don't you call the names and Rosie, can you take down the
Yeah.
responses? Is that good?
Guys, let me
Very
just
good.
email.
Thank you, Nobles.
Sure.
All right.
Hey, Rosie,
Teamwork.
just take down the people that aren't here, if you could, because most people are going to be here. Is that good?
Okay, so let's do it like that. Yeah.
Cool.
Let's move. Go ahead.
All right. I'm
Nobles.
starting the roll call. Marielle Ali,
Yes.
present? Okay, cool. Richard Allman. Richard Allman. Okay.
He's here. I saw him before. So.
Yes.
Thank you, Richard. Francisco Alvarez. Francisco Alvarez. Okay, not here, Rosie. Mary Anderson.
Here.
Thank you, Mary. Glennis Aquino Gill. Glennis?
Not here.
Okay, not here, Rosie.
You pronounce Glennis.
Glennis, thank you. Wayne, you're here.
Yes.
Thank you, Wayne. That's right, procedural. Thank you, Wayne. James Berlin.
I'm here and I'm in favor of it.
Tanya Bonner.
Yes, here.
Eleazar,
Yes.
thank you. Daryl Cochran.
Here.
Nobles Crawford, here. Robin Cruz.
Here.
Thank you, Robin.
Yes.
Robin?
Yes.
Thank you,
Robin Cruz.
Thank you, Robin. Waldis Cruz.
Can you hear me now?
Waldis, is that you?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
we
Yes,
can
we
hear
can
you
hear you,
now.
OC.
Waldis Cruz.
He's not here.
Okay, Waldis is not here, Rosie. Gerard Dangle, if you're here.
President Nobles.
Thank you, Gerard. Catherine Diaz.
Here.
Thank you, Catherine. Naisha Diaz. Naisha Diaz. Okay, not
Naisha.
here.
Say Naisha.
Naisha.
No, actually, it's Naisha.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's Naisha. Naisha's not here, Rosie. Domingo Estevez. Domingo? That's not like Domingo. Domingo's not here yet, Rosie. Gabriela Estrella.
I'm here.
Thank you, Gabriela. Ashley Fernandez.
Here.
Thank you, Ashley. Sarah Fisher.
Wait, I have a
Present.
quick question.
Thank
Are we
you.
also saying here and yes, the vote?
No, because we're going to do a voice vote. We just have to make sure that
Oh, okay.
the folks present, we have the right amount of people to do so.
Perfect. Oh, just to go back, Ashley's here, right?
Ashley Fernandez.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you, Rosie. Faye Floderman. I think I.
Present.
Thank you, Faye. Barbara Fraser.
Present.
Thank you, Barbara. Mariella Graham.
Here.
Thank you, Mariella. Juan Guzman.
Here.
Thank you, Juan. Miriam James.
I'm here.
Thank you, Miriam. Danielle Jetou.
Here.
Thank you, Danielle. Leopoldo Jimenez.
Here.
The Good Rabbi. Happy Hanukkah, Yosef.
Thank you.
Kalinsky.
I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. OC Kaminar, I saw you coming in.
Yes, I'm back. I had some
Thank you,
technical
OC.
issues.
All good. Elizabeth Lehman.
No,
Betty.
can you go back before Ozzy?
Thanks,
'Cause
Betty.
I don't remember who was the person before her.
No problem. Yosef Kalinsky, but he's here, so we're
Oh,
good.
Joseph. Okay.
Yep. And then before that was Leopoldo Jimenez, and he's here as well. Thank you.
Okay.
The next person, Francisco Lopez.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
I am here with bells on.
Thank you, Francisco. Tis
Not
the
really,
season.
but I'm here.
Elizabeth Loris Ritter.
Present.
Thank you. Maria Luna.
She's excused.
Thank you. So yeah, excused. Jay Mazer. Jay?
Yeah, I just saw him.
He's here? Okay. So Jay's here, Rosie, so you don't have to put his name down. Cindy Matos.
Here.
Isidro Medina. Isidro? Not here yet, so put his name down, Rosie. We'll take another roll call, folks, or folks that just joined us. We're going to take another roll call before the vote.
So, sure.
So,
So
cool.
finish his roll call so I can have.
I'm trying to go as
our
fast
guest.
as I can here, Eleazar.
Yeah.
Ariel Miranda.
Here.
Thank you, Ariel. Deborah Nabavian.
Not here.
Okay, not here, Rosie. Jonathan Nunez Fermata. Jonathan? Not here.
Not here yet.
Okay. Aisha Ogilvy. Aisha?
Here.
Thank you, Aisha. Rosie Perez.
Here.
Thank you, Rosie. Paradise Phoenix.
Here.
Thank you, Paradise. Christina Riches.
Here.
Thank you. Bruce Robertson.
Here.
Thank you. Eda Santiago. Eda Santiago.
I'm here. Sorry, my mute button.
It's okay. Thank you, Eda. Steve Simon. So just let people know, I can't see Zoom when I'm doing this. So if Steve's here, oh, thank you, Steve. Omar Tejada.
Here.
Thank you, Omar. Angel Vasquez.
Here.
Thank you, Angel. Christopher Ventura.
Here.
My man, thank you. Curtis D. Young.
The third.
The third. Roll call is complete. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, there were no objections, so all the people who have not objected are voting for this. The resolution passes. We can go on.
Excuse me,
Thank you.
I am abstaining. I am
sorry, but-
abstaining.
Okay,
You're
great. So one
abstaining. Okay,
abstention.
fine.
Okay, thank you. Resolution passes. Thank you very much. So
I'm sorry,
moving
who
along.
abstained?
Liz Ritter.
Thank you.
Moving along, I'd like to begin this special presentation from Dr. Hove I'm thanking the entire, not the entire, but most of the staff from Columbia University CUMCC, Dr. Rafael Antigua, Doctora Sandra Harris, not doctora, but I meant to say that
Not a
she's
doctor.
not a doctor yet, and Carla Alvarez. So I would just give on behalf of each one of us in the community as a whole, thank you for giving us the opportunity to have such an outstanding member of the faculty come and do such an important presentation in such an important time. I'm not going to give his bio, so I'm going to leave that up to you, Sandra, because I think that's something that it requires someone that knows him firsthand. So, Sandra.
Thank you, Eli. Good evening, everyone, and I hope that everyone is staying safe and healthy. It's great to be here. It is really an honor for us to bring to you Dr. David Ho to provide this presentation today on COVID-19 therapy and antibodies. Dr. David Ho is the Clyde 56th and Helen Professor of Medicine, founding scientific director of the Aaron David AIDS Research Center, and the director of the Wu Family China Center at Columbia University, Vagelos College of Physicians and Surgeons. Dr. Ho has a distinguished career as an HIV researcher. His work has played a key role in what is now known about HIV. Dr. Ho is the leader in Columbia's COVID biomedical research efforts. He is leading the research team that is developing antiviral compounds to kill the COVID-19 virus and help prevent its spread. I was told that I need to read this in Spanish as well. Do we still need to do this as well?
And that was my question. Who am I interpreting for?
I can introduce him in Spanish. It's fine with me.
Yes.
Sí. Muchísimas gracias, Eliazar, por esta invitación. Es un honor para nosotros aquí en la Universidad de Colombia presentarles hoy una presentación de uno de nuestros científicos más distinguidos en la Universidad de Colombia, el distinguido doctor David Ho. Él es doctor en medicina, director del Centro de China de la familia de Wood en la Universidad de Colombia, y nos va a dar una presentación hoy en las terapias de anticuerpos alrededor del COVID-19. So, muchísimas gracias por estar aquí hoy con nosotros.
Okay.
So now, I'm sorry, Dr. Ho is not aware that you're not having the simultaneous translation. So it's someone going to be translating?
Yes.
Yes, we'd like to do it after each slide. He takes pauses for a few minutes, and then a translator will go and do the best that she can with the message, and then we'll do it like that. Is that okay with you, Dr. Ho?
Yes, and thank you for the invitation. It's my pleasure to join this community board discussion. I've been doing AIDS research for nearly 40 years. And beginning this year, I pretty much been entirely focused on COVID-19. And we've been doing a number of things, but I thought with my prepared remarks, I would tell you a little bit about the pandemic, which I'm sure you already know, tell you a little bit about the vaccine that's being rolled out, and then a few words about the kind of science that we're doing here at Columbia.
Ok, muchísimo gusto de estar aquí con todos ustedes. Yo me he especializado en los últimos 40 años en la investigación y voy a hablar sobre todo de la pandemia este año, que ha sido este año pues mi trabajo en sí, y también voy a conversar un poco sobre la vacuna que está saliendo en estos momentos.
I think everyone knows that the pandemic is worse than ever at this time. The global numbers are frightening. Over 73 million people worldwide infected. 1.6 million have already died, and we are adding about 700,000 new cases each day worldwide.
Okay. Como saben, en estos momentos la pandemia del COVID-19 está en el peor momento que nunca. Las figuras a nivel mundial son de 73 millones de infecciones hasta la fecha, 1.6 millones de fallecimientos y unas 600,000 infecciones nuevas día a día.
The U.S. is not spare, as you know. With only 4% of the world's population, we have over 20% of the world's caseload. You could see from the chart on the right side, the US has already accumulated 16.5 million cases, and we're adding over 225,000 cases per day. In terms of death, we already went past the 300,000 mark, and we're adding nowadays at about 2,500 deaths each day. These numbers are astounding.
Sí, y como pueden ver, pues los Estados Unidos tiene el 4% de la población y de ellos, pues más del 20% está infectado. Tenemos hasta el momento 16.5 millones de casos con 225,000 casos nuevos diarios. Y los fallecimientos han llegado a la cantidad de 300,000 y últimamente están en 2.500 fallecidos por día.
In the midst of the bad news is the success of vaccine development. And vaccines are largely targeting this protein on the outside of the virus. And the virus looks like a crown, and hence the name coronavirus. And the protrusion at the surface here is this molecule, which we call the spike.
Entonces, como pueden ver, pues dentro de todas estas malas noticias tenemos la noticia de la vacuna. Esta vacuna está atacando directamente la proteína que se encuentra fuera del virus, que es lo que hace la forma de corona, por ello el nombre de coronavirus, y está atacando a una molécula que está en la membrana externa del virus.
And the idea is to show this protein to our immune system so that our immune system would make antibodies directed to these important regions of the spike.
Entonces, la idea es mostrar esta proteína al virus de manera tal de que los anticuerpos vayan a buscar y ataquen ese punto específico.
And as you know, the massive mobilization of the scientific community has been unprecedented in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And already there have been at least 200 vaccine candidates developed. 50, some of them went into clinical trials already. And you could see the progression with 11 already in the latest stage of clinical trials. And just in the past month, we have learned that 5 of the vaccines have shown efficacy in protecting people from contracting the virus.
Pues ha habido un movimiento masivo de científicos en búsqueda pues de lo que sería la vacuna, donde hemos estado, tenemos 56 que han llegado a ser estados de prueba, teniendo ahora 11 que están en estado de fase 3 y de ellas 5 que han mostrado una mayor eficacia.
So the vaccines have the vaccines in later stages.
So, there's some noise in the background.
Sí, hay ruido en el fondo.
So the vaccines have been formulated in different platforms. The most advanced ones are in the form of RNA. Others are in the form of viral vectors. Others are simply proteins. And the last category are vaccines that comprise of the virus that has been killed chemically. And Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Entonces, las plataformas en las cuales se han hecho los estudios son estos cuatro. Uno es el RNA, después tenemos los adenovirales, después tenemos la proteína y después lo que han intentado matar al virus.
And over the last several weeks, we've been hearing so much about the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine because that has been shown to be efficacious. And we've been hearing about Moderna, which is expected to receive approval from the FDA this week. But in addition, there are vaccines made by AstraZeneca, which is also showing some degree of protection. And then with less information, we have learned that a Russian vaccine as well as a Chinese vaccine are also showing protection.
Sí, entonces últimamente hemos estado escuchando sobre la BioNTech de Pfizer, la cual ya fue aprobada, y también de Moderna, que está en su última etapa de aprobación. Pero a su vez también hemos escuchado de AstraZeneca en Oxford, que ha tenido buenos resultados. Con menos información, pero diciendo que está bastante avanzado, está la Gamaleya de Rusia y la Sinopharm de China.
But the ones that are becoming available in the coming weeks are these two.
Y las que van a estar disponibles en las próximas semanas son estas dos.
And I'm just going to concentrate my remarks about those two vaccines and what they have demonstrated to this point. As you can see on this slide, the Pfizer vaccine has been tested in over 44,000 individuals, half of them receiving placebo, half of them receiving the vaccine. And you could see the infection number, 162 in those who received placebo, and only 8 in those who were vaccinated. And when you look at severe disease, there were 9 in the placebo group, 1 in the severe group. So this is a 20-fold reduction in infections and a marked reduction in severe disease mediated by the Pfizer vaccine.
Entonces, en cuanto nos referimos a la vacuna de Pfizer, fue probada en 44,000 individuos. De esos, la mitad recibieron un placebo y la otra mitad fueron vacunados. De los que recibieron el placebo, 162 se infectaron y 9 fueron casos graves. De los que estaban vacunados, solamente 8 personas fueron infectadas y una de esas fue severa, lo que nos da un porcentaje de eficacia de un 95%.
And then for the Moderna vaccine, they have tested in about 30,000 individuals, again, half of whom received placebo, half of whom received the vaccine. And you could see the marked reduction in infection number from 90 in placebo down to 5 in the vaccine recipients. And in terms of severe disease, 11 in the placebo and none in the vaccinated group, thereby yielding a efficacy of 94.5%, which is very, very similar to the Pfizer efficacy.
Ok, entonces cuando analizamos la Moderna, ha sido probada en 30,000 individuos y nuevamente 50% con placebo y el 50% vacunados. Y vemos que fueron infectados 90 y 11 casos graves y 5 fueron infectados y 0 casos graves. Y si ven, el porcentaje es de 94.5, lo cual es bastante cercano al de Pfizer con un 95%.
The Pfizer vaccine requires ultra cold storage, whereas the Moderna vaccine is easier to deal with, even though it's still required to be frozen.
La vacuna de Pfizer tiene que estar guardada a bastante frío, menos 70 grados centígrados. Y la Moderna, aunque también tiene que estar refrigerada a bajas temperaturas, no se requiere una temperatura tan baja.
So in terms of distribution of this vaccine, Pfizer, which is already approved by the FDA for emergency use, will likely go to larger institutions that could handle the ultra cold storage, whereas the Moderna could go to smaller institutions because of simpler handling.
Si bien la vacuna de Pfizer ya está siendo distribuida, tiene que ser distribuida a grandes instituciones que tienen la capacidad de poderla mantener a las temperaturas bajas que necesita. Y por las temperaturas, aunque son bajas, no son tan bajas de Moderna, pueden ir a instituciones más pequeñas donde no tienen congeladores tan grandes.
And we expect the Moderna approval later on this week.
Y estamos esperando la aprobación de Moderna a finales de esta semana.
Now, as you, I'm sure, know from watching TV or reading the newspaper, that initially the priority of these vaccines will be given to frontline healthcare workers and those who are living in long-term care facilities.
Entonces, como habrán escuchado ustedes en las noticias y eso, estas vacunas van a darle prioridad a las personas que están en cuidados inmediatos de las personas con esta enfermedad, al igual que las personas que están en instituciones de estadía a largo plazo.
So over the coming few months, much of the vaccines will be going to those two groups, which comprise approximately 25 million Americans.
Entonces, en los próximos 3 meses aproximadamente, estas vacunas van a ir inicialmente a estos grupos de personas que constituyen aproximadamente unos 25 millones de personas en los Estados Unidos.
And CDC and FDA are developing guidelines, but it's really up to the individual state. So for much of the general population, the vaccine will not be available until the second quarter or later of next year.
Okay, entonces, siguiendo los lineamientos del Centro de Control de Enfermedades y de la Federación de Administración y Drogas, las vacunas para lo que es la población regular no va a estar lista, sino como para el segundo trimestre del año que viene.
And so much of the population will remain susceptible for a good part of the year. So I think our best practices would have to continue, including social distancing and masking for much of next year. And while that may be difficult, I think we must endure that because the vaccines are coming. The cavalry is on the way, and one should not let down one's guard at this point.
Sí, entonces, si bien pues las vacunas para lo que es la población general se va a demorar, hay que seguir con la protección de las máscaras y el distanciamiento social. Pero no hay que desanimarse porque la caballería viene listo a atacar este mal.
And these vaccines are recommended for the high-risk populations, even if they're previously infected. And I would say that the side effects from both of these vaccines that have been reported to date include pain at the injection site, some headache, some fatigue, a little bit of fever, nothing too serious. So I, for one, would be willing to take this vaccine.
Y entonces, estos también, entre las personas con prioridades, son personas que ya han estado infectadas con esto. Uno de los efectos secundarios es dolor en el lugar de la inyección, un poquito de inflamación, quizás fiebre, dolor de cabeza. Pero es algo que pasa rápidamente. Personalmente, yo me pondría la vacuna.
So I will move away from vaccine just to show you 2 more slides to tell you what we're doing. We are, from our patients submitted to the Columbia University Medical Center, we've been isolating very powerful antibodies from some of the patients. Here I show one antibody that's binding to the spike. From the top, it's binding to a region called RBD. And here we have found a new class of antibodies that bind to the side of the spike here to a region called NTD. So we have come up with about 20 such powerful antibodies that could be turned into treatment.
Ok, entonces, apartándonos un poco de las vacunas, les voy a hablar un poco de lo que estamos trabajando. Y es la identificación en la proteína de un anticuerpo RBD que se pega a lo que es la parte de arriba. Y después tenemos el anticuerpo NTD que se pega a la parte así de la corona. Y nosotros estamos identificando esto como tratamiento para la enfermedad.
And you may have read in the paper that 2 companies, Lilly and Regeneron, have already antibodies of this sort directed to the RBD region that have received FDA approval for emergency use as treatment.
Excuse me, sir, you said Lilly and?
Regeneron.
Ok, hay 2 compañías, Lilly y Regeneron, que ya están trabajando en estos anticuerpos que se pega a la parte RBD y están bastante avanzados en su investigación.
So we are trying to develop the next generation of what we consider best-in-class antibodies so that we could compete with the first-in-class antibody from Lilly and Regeneron. And in fact, we have engineered antibodies in this fashion where you have one antibody that attacks the spike at 2 different locations. And we have found a number of antibodies, as one example shown in the red here, that is many times more powerful than the current antibodies that are available.
Entonces nosotros estamos trabajando con las mejores del tipo para competir con los primeros de su tipo en los anticuerpos, tratando de generar un anticuerpo que ataque ambos, al RBD y el NTD. Y si ustedes pueden ver en la lámina, este anticuerpo es mucho más fuerte, que es el que está en la línea roja, y se puede ver pues que sería más fuerte que los otros anticuerpos que están trabajando las otras compañías como Lilly y Regeneron.
And we hope to turn this antibody into a true therapeutic by middle next year.
Y estamos esperando tener este cuerpo como algo verdaderamente terapéutico para mediados del año que viene.
Okay, so I'm going to, I've gone on long enough. I'm going to stop here and see if there are any pressing questions that I could help answer.
Ok, voy a detenerme aquí en este momento y quería saber si, bueno, hay alguna persona que tenga alguna pregunta para podérsela responder.
Yes, there are 3 that were asked of firsthand. Carla, if you want to read them, and then Catherine, take 5 questions from whoever raises their hand first.
Yes, sure. Good evening, everyone. My name is Carla Alvarez, and I am part of the Office of Government and Community Affairs of Columbia Irving Medical Center. I have 3 questions that were sent in advance, and they were asked by board members. So I will go ahead and ask Dr. Ho. The first question is, do you think we will be able to eradicate or neutralize the COVID-19 virus at some point? Or do you think that we will continue to have to get vaccinated for COVID-19 every year in addition to the flu?
Ok, entonces la primera pregunta que fue hecha por miembros de la Junta Directiva con anticipación es si podremos erradicar o neutralizar el COVID-19 o tendremos que tener una vacuna del COVID-19 anualmente, así como tenemos la de la influenza.
I don't know the answer to that question. I think we have to wait to see see more of the results from the current vaccines to see how durable the protection is. If the protection turns out to be durable for a number of years, then we have a very good chance to control this pandemic and control the subsequent spread of this virus. If the duration of protection is short-lived and we need to do repeated booster shots, then you'll be a lot tougher. And then the other issue is how much of the general population would be willing to take the vaccine. So the vaccine hesitancy issue is a real question, particularly in communities of color. I think because of prior history in medical research, the acceptance level tend to be lower among those communities. And I think a lot of more education would need to be done so that we drive up the vaccination rate. And with that, we could better control the pandemic.
Bueno, todo eso va a depender de los resultados después de las vacunaciones iniciales. Si vemos que protege por una cantidad de años, pues quizás podamos llegar a controlar la pandemia. Ahora, si es de poca duración, entonces quizás vamos a tener que estar haciendo la vacuna y después hacer refuerzos cada determinado tiempo. A medida que vayan saliendo los estudios, podremos ir viendo eso. Ahora, el otro problema que nos podemos encontrar es la resistencia que tienen las personas a ponerse la vacuna, sobre todo dentro de la comunidad de color. Yo creo que vamos a tener que hacer mucha educación para poder educar a las personas para que no se resistan tanto al hecho de vacunarse.
Thank you. The second question is, will we always need 2 doses of the vaccine?
For these 2 vaccines, the first 2, they're tested in this fashion. So we would have to use them in the 2-dose fashion. But there are other vaccines coming along. Some of them require only a single inoculation. Of course, we don't know their protection level at this point.
Bueno, la otra pregunta era si siempre íbamos a necesitar vacunas que llevan 2 dosis. Y entonces, de momento, esas son las vacunas que tenemos. Pero en camino vienen otras vacunas que son de una sola dosis, pero tenemos también que estudiar cuánto es la duración de la protección de las mismas.
And the third question is there a connection between AIDS and COVID-19? Could COVID-19 be a contributing factor in the death of patients with AIDS?
Well, these are 2 different viruses that cause 2 very different diseases. But of course, HIV/AIDS patients have part of the immune system compromised. So there was a lot of concern that some of them would do much more poorly with COVID infection. But it turns out not to be dramatically different so far based on the experience. And that's because most of the HIV/AIDS patients in this country are well treated and well controlled, so that they have a COVID outcome that is not too different from an uninfected person.
Entonces la pregunta viene, ¿qué relación hay entre los pacientes de SIDA y los pacientes de COVID-19? Entonces, realmente no hay mucha diferencia entre la forma que los pacientes de SIDA y de VIH enfrentan a el COVID. Tiene mucho que ver con el hecho de que los enfermos de SIDA y VIH en los Estados Unidos tienen buenos tratamientos. Entonces, las diferencias entre los 2 grupos, pues no ha sido con mucha diferencia.
Thank you. Those were the 3 questions that I had that were sent before it.
Ok, muchísimas gracias. Esas eran las 3 preguntas que teníamos con anticipación.
Great.
Okay,
Catherine, you want to take a few more questions based on the
Yeah.
first come, first serve?
Yeah, we have 3 board members. I do see 1 member from the public with a hand up.
Yeah,
So if you
that'll
can
be
just
enough.
kindly put your question in the Q&A chat, unless if it's for public session, just enter your name. So the order is Aisha, followed by Daryl, wrapping up with Steve.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My question is related to the antibodies. there was testing being given to people in our community to see if they had the antibody. If you tested positive for antibodies, do you need the vaccine? And my other question is related to reports about Bell's palsy being a side effect of the Pfizer vaccine. And what can you tell us about that?
So the current recommendation is even if you've been infected and have antibodies, that you go ahead and get the vaccine if you're in the high priority group. Because we don't know, there's certainly been cases of people who've been reinfected. And so right now the system is erring on the safe side to recommend vaccination, even for those with existing antibodies. In terms of the Bell's palsy, there were a few cases seen in the vaccinees, but there was a case seen in the placebo as well. And the frequency of the Bell's palsy, which is a kind of nerve damage, is not that different from what you would see in the general population. So it's not clear that they could be attributed to the vaccine.
Okay, entonces la pregunta era sobre los anticuerpos. Si usted le hacen su examen y tiene todavía anticuerpos, ¿necesita la vacuna? Y después, la segunda parte de la pregunta fue que si como efecto secundario de la vacuna de Pfizer está la parálisis de Bell. La respuesta es que aunque usted tenga anticuerpos o le haya dado ya la enfermedad estando en los grupos de alta prioridad, se recomienda que tomen la vacuna porque no sabemos cómo va a actuar la enfermedad y ya hemos tenido algunos casos de recontagio. Y en cuanto a la parálisis de Bell, también se presentaron 5 casos con las personas vacunadas, pero también se presentó un caso con una de las personas que no había sido vacunada. La parálisis de Bell es un daño a un nervio y eso puede ocurrir tenga o no tenga la vacuna puesta.
Next question.
Daryl.
I think Daryl.
Okay. Great. First of all, I just want to say thank you. And it's not every day we have a Time Magazine Person of the Year. So it's an honor. I used to work at GMHC, so I definitely know your reputation. I just had a couple questions. You mentioned that the efficacy rate of the 2 vaccines is at like 95 or near 95%. I was just wondering what the cutoff rate is in order to get an approved vaccine. And then also I heard that if you're someone who carries an EpiPen, you have severe allergies enough that you would carry that you would not be a candidate for the vaccine at this time. Can you talk about that as well?
I think in terms of what FDA had wanted to see in terms of efficacy or protection, it was set around 50 to 60%. So these 2 vaccines have exceeded expectations and are quite impressive. I don't know of too many vaccines that protect at such high efficacy. In terms of the allergies, I think in the UK, when they started vaccinating about a week earlier, they had a couple cases where people with existing allergies developed anaphylaxis. That is a severe allergic reaction and had to be treated. And so that's being issued as a caution. But some people are still going ahead because it's thought to be rare enough. But if you're prone to severe allergic reactions, you have to make that judgment call, whether you take it and be ready with the EpiPen or you avoid it for now until we have more data.
Muchísimas gracias. Es realmente un honor tener una persona pues que ha estado en la portada de la revista Time. Conozco sus antecedentes. La primera parte de la pregunta es que tienen las dos vacunas que mostró una eficacia de casi un 95%. Entonces quisiera saber cuál era la rata de corte, o sea, a partir de cuánto por ciento se considera eficaz. Por otra palabra, se está hablando de que las personas que utilizan la pluma del EpiPen no debieran vacunarse. La respuesta fue que realmente para dar la eficacia lo hacen a partir de un 60-64%, o sea que realmente las vacunas superaron considerablemente los números necesarios para ser considerada como algo eficaz. En cuanto a la parte de las alergias, sí, en el Reino Unido hubo algunas personas que tuvieron una reacción alérgica a la vacuna. Eso es algo que puede suceder y queda a juicio de la persona si quiere, o sea, tienen que tener precaución sabiendo que eso es algo que puede suceder y tomar su propia decisión si lo quieren ser vacunados o no.
Yeah. Next question. She said Sally, right?
No, Steve Simon. And
Steve
that's it.
Simon.
Dr. Ho?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, thank you. I also want to thank you for taking the time to talk to us tonight, and for all of the work that you're doing. The clinical trials that you referred to with these drugs, were any of them conducted at the medical center? And the antibodies that you referred to, those strange combinations that had apparently were recently discovered, was that work that was also was that done? Any of that work done at the medical center as well?
Yes, the medical center is doing vaccine trial, but one in particular is the Johnson & Johnson vaccine trial, which has not reported the results yet. And then the medical center is involved in doing some of the antibody clinical trials as well. But the basic work that I just described on the last two slides were all done here at Columbia University Medical Center.
So we're the ones who discovered those strange new combinations of antibodies.
Yes, from my laboratory here. Yes.
Oh my God! Wow.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias por su trabajo de investigación y todo lo que hace. Mi pregunta es, realmente, ¿estas pruebas para las vacunas fueron hechas en el centro médico? ¿Cuánto de estas vacunas se han probado en el centro médico? Y de estos anticuerpos extraños que se han descubierto, ¿eso es algo que se está haciendo en el centro médico? La respuesta fue sí. Algunos de esas pruebas están siendo realizadas en el centro médico, pero realmente se están haciendo más pruebas con las vacunas de Johnson & Johnson, cuyos resultados aún no han sido publicados. Ahora bien, el trabajo con los anticuerpos, y eso sí se está haciendo en el centro médico, y eso está haciendo en nuestros laboratorios bajo nuestra supervisión.
You didn't translate my wow.
Oh, que no
That's
interpreté
universal.
su wow.
That's universal, Steve. Catherine, do we have anyone else before Dr. Ho who's given us some overtime here? We cheated you out of your time, so couldn't be more appreciative of that.
Liz, I see your hand up.
Okay, and that would be it. So we don't.
I just want to thank you for an incredibly informative presentation, and thank you for taking the time. That was super interesting. And I want to echo Steve's wow.
It's my pleasure, and it's part of our responsibility as researchers in this field.
Thank you.
Okay, yo quería darle también las gracias por toda la información que nos has dado y por la magnífica presentación, y también quería hacer eco del wow del señor que habló anteriormente. El doctor explica que ha sido un placer haber podido participar y ayudarles, y ese es su deber como investigador para hacer.
Okay, great, wonderful. I think that we're all extremely happy, Dr. Well, is there anything that you'd like to end this extremely informative presentation with? Any words that you'd like to give us?
Well, hang in there. Vaccines on the way, and uh, I think science will deliver, but it's going to take a little bit of time, and we all need to be patient and continue to carry out good practices. We don't want to catch this virus and suffer from it while the cavalry is on the way.
Ok, si usted quiere agregar algo más, doctor, para hacer unos comentarios de cierre, y el doctor comenta, las vacunas están en camino. Cuídense, tienen que seguir manteniendo sus reglamentos de cuidado, porque no queremos que se vayan a contagiar de este terrible mal cuando sabemos que vienen las vacunas y viene la medicina para poder enfrentarlo.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ellie, could we get a copy of the PowerPoint?
Sure, I'd be happy.
Yes, we'll make those available.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Sandra, Dr. Lantigua, Carla, is there anything that you guys like to, and Carmen, thank you for the translation service. You were great. Anything that you guys...
Yeah, I definitely want to thank you, Carmen. You were excellent. I'm wowed. Thank you so much for your translation services. I guess what we want to share is that we want to be able to come to the board as we face this pandemic. As Dr. Ho said, relief is coming. Science is working day and night. So we want to definitely seize the opportunity to share with you all of the work that our wonderful research scientists are doing right in our own communities. So we hope to be coming to you soon with more developments, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Gracias y
Thank
buenas
you.
noches.
Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you, Carmen. You're great. I'd like to move our agenda. I think that it's been an extremely good presentation for each and every one of us. The public speaking session begins. Catherine, do you have anyone that is already online to speak?
Yes. Well, all right, there they are. I knew it couldn't just be just one. So I'm going to call them as I saw them. So first up is Catherine O'Sullivan. Do you need me to put the timer, Lisa?
Yeah, please. I'll kindly.
So be
Do you need
kind.
me
I'll
to
call your
interpret
name.
this too?
Not really.
Okay.
Okay, Catherine, we'll unmute you.
Good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me? I hope you can.
Yes.
Okay, I want to speak to resolutions number 7 and 8. My name is Catherine O'Sullivan. I'm a longtime resident of Inwood Riverside Drive, and I'm a member of Moving Forward Unidos. I want to remind all of the community board members that when the restaurant wine license was first granted to this venue, it was called Il Posto Rustica. We were supposed to get artisanal pizza. We didn't. We got a hookah lounge instead. So the hookah lounge during the summer, I saw with my own eyes 6 occasions when hookahs were being smoked on the street, the open streets, open restaurants. That is not allowed. They're allowed to sell their hookahs in their sidewalk cafe, but not on the street. 6 occasions. Unfortunately, I didn't have my phone with me. I did not take pictures, but I'm giving you my word, I saw it. They have been one of the loudest little clubs on the strip. When Maha's disappeared, thank goodness, because they were really loud, well, Taboo sort of took over. So please consider very carefully the extension to their premises. That is one of those resolutions. Well, that's a done deal. They already did that. They did not come to the community board to ask for the extension. They did it, and now they're here in front of the community board. We don't need any more liquor licenses. We have a saturation on that little block. They made plenty of noise and plenty of money with a restaurant wine license, so they don't need an upgrade to an
15 seconds.
OPL. Thank you very much. I hope you consider what I'm telling you. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Again, just as a reminder, I failed to share it earlier. It is 2 minutes, and I will give a warning. Next up is Jennifer Bristol.
Hi there. I just want to talk about number 13, which I believe wants us to serve alcohol close to 24 hours a day or be open 24 hours a day. We have so much alcohol on Dyckman Street. Do we really need a 24-hour location to sell alcohol for like 18, 20 hours a day? I didn't voice my opinion in the committee because I didn't realize it was happening. And I just want the board members to consider the neighborhood and the neighbors and how we're oversaturated with bars and restaurants that serve alcohol. That do we really need an extra 24-hour place selling that? And what worries me as someone who lives very near to that location is that after many years of coming to meetings, the places on 10th Avenue north of Dyckman Street that are open 24 hours, there have always been problems with violence and crime and incidents. So it really worries me to have an after hours drinking spot because that's how it was pretty much described in the meeting. So I just wanted to share that as a local person who is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. And last but not least for the public session is David Thom or Tom.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. I want to speak tonight about Amber Charter School 3, who appeared this month at both the Youth and Education and the Traffic and Transportation Committees to introduce themselves to Inwood. My group, Inwood Owners Coalition, has also been talking with Amber since July about their moving into the old Sacred Heart of Mary and later Northeastern Academy building on West 215th Street between Park Terrace East and Park Terrace West. The committees and the public attendees did a great job. They asked some really good questions. Unfortunately, most of them went unanswered. Although Amber has a commendable educational program, and although they expressed a strong willingness to work with everyone and be good neighbors, the reality here is there are going to be problems because of the sheer size of the planned facility. Amber received a charter from SUNY and a private real estate lease for the site, so there's no public input or approval needed then or now. Northeastern leased the site to a developer who has the intent to demolish and redevelop the former Hearst Mansion, while leasing the 1949 school building to Amber for 49 years. Unlike the prior high schools on the site, Amber will be a K-8 that's more than 4 times their size with a planned 923 students. And they're doing renovations and will open with 400 students to start with in fall 2021. Major issues brought up by the community residents at the meetings concern massive vehicle congestion on the narrow streets, especially as the middle school will be fed by their Kingsbridge and East Harlem locations, which is a situation perhaps similar to Success Academy, but on tighter streets. Pedestrian safety is also a concern as some intersections for crossing guards lack so much as a stop sign. Amber will have a gym but no schoolyard, and they stated at one of the meetings they plan to use Isham Park for recess and sports, which seems both improper and an issue for maintenance. DOT is aware of the residents' concerns, but it's taking a wait-and-see approach. I and many of our neighbors feel that a more proactive approach is going to be needed from all city agencies to mitigate the expected impacts of this new school. Thank you.
Thank you. And that wraps up the public session.
Question. Is it too late to be in the public session, Catherine? Is it too late? Has it been closed?
I'm going to leave that up to the chair.
We have room for one more, unless just one more, yes.
So just quickly, I will speak as a resident. I'm happy with the leadership that is coming to the board. I served this board for 3 years.
Excuse me.
Not
as a resident. Point of order. Point of order. This is not order.
I can speak. I can speak.
No, wait.
You may not.
Cesar, hang on.
You may not speak as a resident because you are a board member.
Yeah.
You may only speak as a board member. Sorry about that.
Exactly, yeah.
I'll be given an opportunity when the election comes along. Exactly.
Okay, great.
Points of information or question, Ellie?
Yes.
Were we sent the public safety resolution? I don't seem to have it.
Yeah, I just got a call from Curtis DeYoung, the chair, says that they were going to table it for next month.
Oh, okay.
All right. Thank you, Steve, for the question. So,
Eli,
Nobles,
can you please said that there was an updated agenda that was sent out so people know to look for the email, and if they don't see it, they should contact Ebenezer now before the roll call. Thank you.
I'd just like to point out that the updated agenda still has
it.
that reso on it. So there may have been other changes, but that change didn't make it onto the.
Not the last one from 6 o'clock.
Oh, there was another, and
Okay, so thank you, Curtis, for trying your best to bring it up to speed. Can you change the, I guess? Right, good. Now we're moving along to our general board elections. Noble, Mr. Crawford, the floor is all yours.
Cool. Thank you very much, Chair Bueno. Hey, folks. So I'm just going to give you a 30,000 foot view here of how this is going to go. But first, I'm going to give some opening remarks. Then I'm going to talk about the process. And then we're going to do a roll call. And then we're going to get into the voting. And I'll talk about that during the process. Okay. So from an openings remarks standpoint, again, I really want to thank the professionalism, not only of our executive committee, especially shout out to Jim Berlin and Eleazar, for really supporting the nominating committee's extremely transparent process here. We've done a lot of work to make sure that this election that you're about to do not only goes through smoothly in such an unprecedented year, but also is conducted with the most integrity possible to give confidence back to the election process and slingshot us into confidence in our new executive committee next year. So I do want to thank the folks that supported that, especially, definitely the office as well. That being said, a couple of words on the makeup of the board next year. We all know, there's no doubt about this, diversity is the spice of life, and also what makes living in this community, of CB12 so awesome. Now, here's the thing when it comes to board elections, is that we do try to prioritize diversity. At least when I'm on the nominating committee chair, I try to do that. That being said, though, in this instance, when it comes to diversity, there's also an equal criteria, and that is, will they do great business for the board? We are a working board. We should be proud of that. So first and foremost, people need to want to be there and put their neck out to do this. And so, and again, that's what we took into the criteria when we came up with the nominees. So, with that, I do still want to give a minute for Isidro to speak, considering that he has been term limited for this year, but has been extremely supportive in the way that we've conducted this. And again, I do want to give him one time to speak, because next year he's going to have a nice little vacation by only being the chair of the licensing committee and not necessarily an executive officer. So Isidro, just a minute, if you could just say some words.
Thank you, Nobles, and I appreciate the work that you and the committee have done for this community board. I am very grateful for the work that everyone has put in. I could have run for any other position. However, decided that people have to be given the opportunity so they can also be part of this process. I believe in diversity, not only of gender, race, but also of opinion. Regardless how we feel with one another, as long as we are given the time to listen to our concerns, I think that that's the utmost respect that we serve as a community. For that reason, I look forward in supporting the new leadership, however diversified that might be. Thank you, Noah, for your work, and it was a pleasure serving as your second vice president for this community board. Thank you so much, all. Thank you, Noah.
Thank you, Isidro. And with that as well, folks, we've had 2 extra withdrawals since our last general meeting. First was from Chair of the Parks and Cultural Affairs Committee, Elizabeth Loris Ritter, withdrew her name from, it was Assistant Secretary. And then the next one, sorry, not a secretary, sorry, yes. Sorry, Secretary, correct? I'm sorry about that.
Second Vice
Chair. Thank you, Liz. Apologies. I have a lot of different open screens on my computer right now. And the second was from Sally Fisher, withdrawing from the race of Assistant Secretary. And so those two withdrawals have been included in communication to you if you've been receiving the emails from the nomination committee, so there should be no surprises there. Therefore, that makes it that we only have one contested seat, and that is for second vice chair between Tanya Bonner and Francisco Lopez, and we'll get to that in a moment. But I do want to talk about the voting rules so I can get through this agenda. First and foremost, just for new folks that are here, there is no anonymous vote when it comes to the community board. Aligned with the New York State's, it's a Transparency Act. What was Open Meetings Act, right, Jim?
Open
Meetings
law.
It was the Open Meetings Law. Thank you.
No, this provision is because of the city charter. Doesn't the city
No,
charter?
it is not. It's the open meetings law. Thank
It's
you.
a state law.
Adele Bartlett, General Counsel of the Manhattan Borough
Right.
President in the House. Thank you for joining.
Thank you, Adele.
So this is state law. And so there are no anonymous votes. So for the new folks, in your Survey Monkey that you probably tested out in the email that we sent out last Friday, you will have to include your name on your ballot. Okay, so and the results of this won't be available until the end of this week. I want everybody to know that. Usually if we're in person, it would be available basically the next day, but we're not in person here. There are different technological things that need to happen to make sure that it's in one place. So that's the first thing. Second thing, the main form of voting tonight will be a Survey Monkey link that you will receive after we do the roll call. So we sent out an email confirmation on Friday. 30 people responded to that. Thank you very much. So we didn't hear from 25 other people. Sorry, we didn't hear from 15 other people. I'm taking out 5 for the nominating committee, of course. So you'll receive it to your email. And so after the roll call, please look for your email. That's going to be where the link is. I want to keep saying this. But if you have any kind of technical difficulty, either with the email or even just accessing technology, please raise your hand. During the 20 minutes of voting process you will be given. We will still be conducting board business during this 20-minute process while the nominating committee is in a breakout Zoom, tallying the votes, getting the results ready for the end of the meeting. But raise your hand and the first vice chair or the chair will recognize you. And if you need technical help, the nominating committee will reach out to you and we can get your vote either by you writing the 2 names down or it will be the 2 names and abstain and then checking which one you're voting for. And then you have to text it to whomever reaches out to you. And then at the end, I'm going to coalesce any of the non-survey votes into one document with the survey votes. And that is what is going to be submitted to the office for you to then check in on the votes, if anyone would want to do that in the board. I want to make sure that's clear because that's important.
If I could add a tiny clarification, Nobles.
Please, Jim. Yeah, go ahead.
If you're going to send the ballot in, you have to basically create a ballot and write down who you want for each office and, of course, sign it. If you don't want someone for an office, you write down the name of the office and leave the name out. So, and that will be your ballot. And then you have to send this to us somehow. You can take a picture of it, and Nobles will give you the details of that.
Yep.
But and then the other thing, of course, is that there will be a 20-minute period, and once that period is over, the voting will end. That will be the end of the voting. And the other thing is, we know exactly. I'm stealing some of Noble's thunder, but we'll speak
just a little bit. But go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, we will know from the roll call exactly who's going to be voting. So once all those votes have come in, we don't need to keep the voting period open any longer, and it will close and we will go back to business. Thank you, Nobles.
No worries. Yeah, I'll break into whatever piece of business is being done to let people know the results if we tally them before. Wayne, let me just get through this, and if we could just hold your questions for after my remarks, that would be great. Is that okay?
Yeah, there are hands up.
Okay, cool. And I'll take questions after this, after my opening remarks, if we can, because there might be some questions that are answered by the end of what I have to say. Okay, cool. So we just went through the voting section. that will happen after this candidate forum that's about to happen after my remarks. The candidate forum is a place where the candidates, not only for the contested position, but also for the non-contested folks get 1 minute to give their case as to why they're running or whatever they wanted to say. They have 1 minute for non-contested seats. For the contested seat of the second vice chair, they have 3 minutes to have their opening statement, right? Now we're going to do this by each role. So first it's going to be the assistant secretary. So I'm going to open it up to the assistant secretary, who we only have Rosie for. Rosie will give her 1 minute opening statement if she wants to. But then after that, I will be asking 3 questions that came through from the board to the nominating committee, of each candidate. They have 1 minute to answer the question. And these are for the full board. There are some specific questions for the second vice chair position, but that'll also be asked during the question and answer period. During the question and answer period, just for the sake of not only the technology that we have now, but also to keep the business of the board moving, we won't be taking any questions from the public this year. But board members can email me any questions they would want, but you have to be sure that you put in your email who the question is for, and if it's if it's for let's say candidate A, second vice chair, this is the question. It needs to be in that format. It can't just be a question that you send to me because that just doesn't, that's not in the way that we're doing things here. But that's basically the question and answer period. And so again, the order that we're going to go is assistant secretary, secretary, treasurer, second vice chair, which again is the only contested position, first vice chair, and then chair. Okay. Okay, then after the question and answer period of the individual positions, we're going to have our roll call. So I'm buying time here for the roll call for anyone on our board that is not present, basically. So, because if you're not present when OC does the roll call, you will not be getting a ballot. The office will be bringing the emails over from the people that are present, and only those people will be receiving the email with the link to the SurveyMonkey. I want to be very clear with that. So if anyone talks to someone on the board that's not here tomorrow, and they're like, well, I didn't receive a link, it's because you weren't here at the meeting. Okay, I think everyone knows that. At the end of the roll call and the ballots being sent out, the nominating committee will go into a breakout Zoom, a different Zoom than this one, and we will begin to tally the votes that are coming in. And it's there in a very transparent process that the 5 of us will, be able to see the different tallies for the second vice chair position. And I will be completely open here. If a member or if a candidate of an uncontested position, right? Like, let's just use the chair, for instance, as an example. If a member of if the chair does not receive a majority of the vote, we have to open up the position to floor nominations again. So I want to be clear with that. So there is an option to abstain. And when you abstain, that just means you're not going to vote. Of course, for the new folks. So there is that. So we're gonna go in the breakout section, and then once we tally the votes there, we'll come back. Okay, I'm open to questions. I honestly cannot see the Zoom right now to see the raised hand. So Marielle, if you're here from the nominating committee, would you mind just choosing folks to ask the questions in order if you can?
Hi, Nobles. I'm actually on my phone. I'm switching over to my laptop now.
It's okay.
So I can't see
Paradise.
anything just yet.
Paradise, are you on the Zoom? You can see things on the computer? You can see
Yes.
raised hands?
Yeah.
Would you mind going through the board members with raised hands so they can ask me a question? Because I just can't see it right now.
Yeah.
Thank you. Who's first?
Okay. I'm not sure if Wayne or Daryl went first. But I see Daryl first, so.
Cool. Go for it.
Okay, just in the email, who is it coming from? Like what address?
Thank you. Good question. It'll be coming from Ebenezer.
Got it.
Is it Wayne is next?
Yeah, and Nobles, I believe you covered my point,
but I just wanted to stress what I shared with you after last month's meeting is that, just like with a resolution, the even uncontested candidates have to receive a simple majority of the board members eligible to vote in order to be elected. They are not elected simply by virtue of being uncontested.
That's correct. And I believe I covered that by
That's
saying
right. You covered that.
Okay, cool.
So I was going to take my hand down, but since I had it up, I just
Okay, no
emphasized the point.
No worries. Next.
No one else has their hand up.
Fantastic. Good. So with that, let's get into the statement and Q&A section. So as I said, sorry, 1 second, just bringing up my documents here. So we're going to start with the Assistant Secretary and Rosie Perez. As the only candidate for the Assistant Secretary, you have 1 minute to make an opening statement if you'd like, and then I'll ask you 3 questions that we received from board members for all of our positions. So I give you the floor.
Good evening, everyone. I'm excited to take on this position as soon as I am elected, I guess. I've been doing it for the past month. It has been exciting, as I mentioned before, and I've had pretty much a lot of qualifications about being a secretary, so I am happy to be an assistant secretary. And I guess that's it. Thank you. Oh, you're mute.
You're on mute.
Grandpa, God. Rosie, if you could, please give some examples of work that you've done on CB12, either minutes taken, resolutions written, meetings chaired, so on and so forth. Events organized, meetings attended of communities to which you were assigned. Wow, that's a lot of examples that have been prepared for this position of leadership. Do you want me to repeat that? Because there was a lot of examples in the middle.
Oh,
but,
no. I think I got that well.
Fantastic.
Thank you. So I have been in the licensing committee. I've written minutes for a couple of the months there. I've also have written the minutes for the executive committee. I mean, I've already been an assistant secretary. So those are the examples that I have going on. Yeah.
Awesome. All right. So next question is understanding the roles and responsibilities of the assistant secretary position and what they bring to the position and how they will work to ensure board operations and the delivery of services to the entire community of the District of Puve. Basically, what is your approach to executing the role of assistant secretary? What do you bring to it?
I'm very, I guess I'm pretty good at writing minutes, I think. And I don't know, I tend to transcribe the minutes more than anything. And I like to be very specific on what has been said. And I try my best to include others as well. So when I do write my minutes, I try my best to let others know, hey, is there anything that I missed? Just to pretty much show the accuracy of the minutes for the executive committee.
Great, thank you. And the last question, please give specific examples on ways in which you've advocated and actively worked towards diversity, equity, and inclusion, both within the board and the outside community in ways that sought to empower all members of the board and the community, regardless of race, gender, ethnicity, and any other social demographic.
Now I gotta think about this one. So I've always been involved in different organizations that are diverse and are very inclusive to people from different backgrounds. And I do not tolerate anything that goes against that. As you can see, I am a person of color, and I understand the struggle. So my main goal is to make sure that others pretty much are included as much as they can.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
One thing I do want to say that I didn't mention before, and I'm also looking forward to providing as much support to the secretary as needed.
Ah, nice. Can't forget about OC. Thank you so much, Rosie.
You're
Outside of
welcome.
that, those were the only questions that I've received for you. Thank you so much for your service
Thank you.
already as Assistant Secretary. So with that, we're going to keep moving on. All right, next is Secretary O.C. Kaminer. The floor is yours to give a 1-minute statement about being secretary.
Thank you. Hi, guys. Good evening. So I did not expect to be a secretary when Liz decided not to fulfill that obligation anymore. And I jumped in, and I have to say, it's a little easier than doing the licensing minutes. And I following the same thing in terms of you have to listen. I mean, this is the way I look at it. You got to listen to the tape. You have to re-listen to the tape to make sure that what you got in your document is exactly what was said, and stick to what it is. For those of you that know me, I did the licensing minutes from October 2016 until February of 2020. And I think it was, excuse me, I think it was one of the best minutes ever written for that committee. That's my statement. Thank you.
Nice, thank you, OC. So I'm going to paraphrase some of these questions now that you've heard them the first time, and this goes for every other role here. But OC, if you could please give some examples of work that you've done on CB12 that has prepared you to continue your secretary position.
I was the assistant secretary for, I want to say, almost a year, maybe 10 months. And I took that position because nobody else did. And for some time in between Liz and Betty, we didn't have assistant secretary. And I think it's really very unfortunate. I think that people should consider, and thank you, Rosie, for doing that, because it's really important to make sure that you look at attendance, you look at make sure that the documents are right and everything is when possible up to date and good. I can't hear you.
Thank you. I have a crying baby in the back, or toddler.
Okay,
Understanding of all good. Understanding of the roles and responsibilities of the position, what they bring to the position, and how you work to ensure the board operations and the delivery of services, the things that you do. How will you confirm that you will perform to the best of your ability in the position of secretary?
In terms of the way I fulfill the secretary position right now?
Right, like well, right now is probably the best way for you to explain that, but what are things that you bring to the table that benefit the community in this position?
Well, I think keeping the record straight and make sure that what was said at the meeting is what's in the minutes and nothing else, not using interpretation. That's very, very important.
Thank you very much, OC. Last question for you. Please give specific examples and ways in which you've advocated and actively worked towards diversity, equity, inclusion, both within the board and the outside community, in ways that sought to empower all members of the board and the community, regardless of race, gender, ethnicity, or any other social demographic.
So thank you for that question. One of the things that I clearly remember from, again, licensing is that every once in a while we would have a member or maybe more than that had to say something about the food that the applicant, when the applicant was apply for renewal, they would like mention something about how the food, if the food was good or bad, or what type of food it was. And as far as I'm concerned, if the food is bad or good, it's a personal taste. If you like or dislike particular food, that's a personal taste. This is not something that should be discussed and brought into the conversation within the licensing committee. This is how I see it. And I look at that, sometimes it could be a diversity issue because some people like I don't know, Chinese food. Other people like, I don't know, different food. And it's nothing to do with what the applicant came for at that particular meeting. So we have to really, I'll leave it at that. And other than that, I am working with building superintendent to get their cats fixed. And I'm doing cat rescue for those that don't know. And it's very interesting and challenging at the same time. Most of them do not, I can't converse with them. So I work with other people that speak either Arabic or speak Spanish, because I don't. And we are getting along great in terms of getting what we want. And we understand each other, and we working for the same, we're working for the same goal, just to get the problem out of the way. And it's wonderful.
You're actually at a minute. I'm sorry to jump in, but thank you very much, OC. All right. That concludes the questions that we actually have for the secretary. We can keep moving. To treasurer position, Omar Tejada. The floor is yours for a 1-minute statement, and then we'll get into your questions.
Great. Thank you, Nobles. I just want to first thank the board for even giving me the opportunity to run for treasurer.
Yeah, no, I'm for the vaccines. I have no problem with them.
And we'll give our Mahan board president a moment. But I would like to say that numbers and management of public finance has been the majority of my career. In my day job, I am the Director of Finance and Budget Administration, working directly with the CFO team for the Department of Education, and I oversee $13 billion in tax levy, grant, and revenue sources. So my biggest, basically my biggest draw here is really that I'm all about transparency and how we use funding, making sure that it goes to the right direction, that it's being used for the intended uses. So that's kind of like the lens that I bring to this position. And I hope that I can provide some of the background that I've had in my public service to this other level or other layer of public service, I would like to say.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Omar. So questions, and you have 1 minute to answer each. Please give examples of work on CB12 that you've done to prepare yourself for the position of treasurer.
Thank you. For the last year, I've been assistant chair for traffic and transportation. And I have a lot of respect for our secretary roles, because I've been the note taker for the last year for our board and ensuring, well, for our committee, and ensuring that we accurately reflect everything that takes place in those discussions, as well as kind of being a right hand to Debbie in terms of, I want to say, giving equal voice and equal time to everybody who might want to have a point that they want to say, and ensuring that just because somebody speaks louder doesn't mean that they get the opportunity to take over the floor, because we have to give time to those voices that sometimes aren't as loud as everyone else's to speak. So that's kind of also been my role in ensuring that everyone has equal footing in our committee.
Thank you, Omar. And the second question is understanding the role and responsibility of treasurer. What are some things that you personally, and you kind of mentioned this in some of your opening statements, but if you want to elaborate again for 1 minute on some of the things that you will bring personally to the role of treasurer to help this role benefit the entire community once elected?
I think it's transparency. It's taking the baton from our former treasurer, Gerard, who started putting this in play and wanting to provide a monthly reporting on finances. That's something that I do in my day job, and I take that extremely serious. So my first call to order is going to be to sit down with our office management and really figure out how can we get this report actually up and running, because we haven't seen it. And there seems to be a disconnect between what's happening in our office and how the board gets to see that information. So I hope that I'm able to carry that torch forward and bring that type of level of transparency to reality.
Awesome. Thank you, Omar. And your last question here is, please give specific examples of ways in which you've advocated and actively worked towards diversity, equity, and inclusion, both within the board and the outside community, in ways that sought to empower all members of the board and our community, despite race, gender, ethnicity, or other social demographic.
I think I touched on that a little bit when I mentioned that I'm sure I'm all about giving everyone equal opportunity to voice their opinions, their concerns. I don't appreciate when somebody tries to overrule somebody else for whatever reason that may be, because everyone's opinion is valid, regardless of the opinion that it may be. We might not agree with it, but it's a valid opinion. We have that freedom of speech, so to say. And I do that as an assistant chair in traffic and transportation, ensuring that that actually occurs. How I do it outside of the board, well, I do it in a different way, where I've been a part of an organization called I Challenge Myself, in which we teach children, well, they're not children, they're high school students, so young adults, how to set a goal, how to ride a bike, and how to set a goal of achieving a 100-mile bike ride. And that's a long-term goal that we feel is open to anybody. And it teaches skills, it teaches inclusivity, and it's an empowering moment. I want to say it's hard to describe without seeing these kids and it doesn't matter, what their background is. Anyone can do this, and it's the life skills and the lessons that are I want to say transported to each one. Oh, sorry. Thank you.
No worries. A few seconds over is just fine. Thank you very much, Omar. That actually concludes the questions for you. And I do want to, give another shout out really quickly to Gerard, who earlier during the nomination process had withdrawn, but he has served the executive board as an officer admirably. And so I do want to thank you, Gerard. Do you want to have 30 seconds just to say a couple words? Okay, so we can keep it moving. Next.
No, sorry. I'm so sorry.
No worries.
I want to thank you, and I wanted to thank the board, the executive leadership, the office. I want to wish all the candidates all the very best. And it was a pleasure. And, I wish Omar all the very best. I know he's going to carry the baton. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Gerard. First class.
Peace.
All right. So next, folks, is our second vice chair position. Now, remember, this is the only contested position there is on the vote tonight. So the rules are a little bit different here when it comes to the opening statements. The opening statements are 3 minutes long for each candidate. And we will be going in alphabetical order, as we will, for basically all the things that we do. So the first nominee for vice chair is Tanya Bonner. The second will be Francisco Lopez. And then after both of them have given their 3-minute opening statement, we'll then go on to the question and answer period, where they're both given a minute each to answer the same question. So with that, I'd like to hand the floor to Tanya Bonner to give her opening 3-minute statement.
Thank you, Nobles. Thank you so much. Good evening, Manhattan Community Board 12, and those from the community we serve who are with us in this virtual meeting. When I first applied for the community board back in 2017, I was asked what community issues I would want to work on or address if I were to be appointed to the board. One of the things I wrote about was my desire to address the divisions I had noticed in the community along racial and ethnic lines. Since moving here in 2005, I had noticed the disconnect, the segregation from each other, the resentments and the tensions. It is way past time that we bring the community together. The entire lovely and opinionated motley crew of citizens who love the community, who want to be here, and who want to see this community not just survive, but also prosper and thrive. And this bringing together also includes this community board, as we are charged with representing the entire community at large. This is why I sought out and incorporated diverse input into the inclusion resolution that I presented to you all last February for a vote. As they say, change begins at home. It is also why I have worked hard on the Business Development Committee on projects such as the recent small business resolution and proclamation to ensure we embrace and support all of our small business owners in the community. It is important that we embody this ideal of diversity and inclusion in our board leadership as well. It is important that we look at the leadership configuration over the years and see where we have fallen short of inclusion. Over the last 3 years, I have offered myself and my skills several times for a leadership role on the board and one-on-one conversations with top leadership, and was denied. It is important that we welcome with open arms those who demonstrate the skill to lead, who have put in the work, and who are ready, willing, and able to do so. This board can only grow when it truly reflects the diversity of ideas and people that make up all of our community. And also only when we have top leadership that embraces those ideals, not in words, and not only at the time of wanting to be elected, but in action 24/7, 365. And my dedicated work in stepping up to leadership on the board on this issue and beyond over the years speaks better than anything I can say to you today. I ask that we think about the type of board and community we want to see 1 year from now, 5 years from now, and beyond. Do we want a board that represents all of our community? Do we want a board that stands for inclusion? Do we want a board that stands for empowering those who demonstrate leadership through their actual record on this board and stepping up to leadership? Thank you for your consideration of my candidacy.
Thank you so much, Tanya. Next up, Francisco Lopez. You have 3 minutes to make your opening statement. And I would ask folks, if you can, just please go on mute if you're not going to be talking. The only person really should be talking is Francisco. Francisco, the floor is yours and 3 minutes will start when you begin speaking.
Nobles, thank you so much. Thank you, board. I wish everybody health. I'm really honored to even be in this position. I wasn't really thinking about it, but something kind of came over me, and I'm all about leadership, and there's no other way to do it rather than talking about it. It's about the actions. I was born and raised in this community, 40 years strong, hopefully another 40 years, maybe 45, through God's grace. And because of that, I take this community and what goes on in this community personal. It's kind of like my brother. It's what I grew up with. It's really all I know, besides the moments in time where I ventured off into other states and countries. But Washington Heights, Inwood is really all I know. So much so that when I decided to become an entrepreneur, I said, well, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it for my people and for my community. And I developed something called the Uptown Flavor Festival, which is basically my way of bringing the food and wine festival uptown. So people from all over the tri-state area can come and witness and love our cultures and our different cultures, because we have a very much diverse community. And I think everyone should be represented equally. And this festival is that. And I'm using that festival as a vessel for my charitable work, which is helping the hospitality. I think we all can agree that we can get better in hospitality in the restaurant business. And when I'm talking this, I'm talking about pre-COVID. Obviously, post-COVID is a whole different ballgame, but pre-COVID, we had issues. And I saw those issues. And I spoke to people who were affected by those issues. Before the board, before I was ever a committee member, I was talking about these issues. And I've developed that festival to use for that purpose. And I want to help the bartenders. I want to help the hostess. I want to help the manager to understand what it is to give good customer service. So there's more money that's coming to this community, more things that are available that we can do for education. So with that said, I joined the community board. I'm so happy to be here. It's been about 2-3 years now. I always say that this community board needs its own show, because there's so many characters, so many wonderful people from different parts of the country, different parts of like age groups, and we're just getting to know each other. And that's another point I want to make. I really want to get to know people. I've been in this group for a while, and I really want to get to know you guys. But I really appreciate this time that I've been given. I appreciate anybody who votes for me. I think there's no losing. You win with me or you win with time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francisco. And so at the end of those two statements, I would like to open this up now to the question and answer period. So Tanya, I'm going to go in the same order here. So Tanya, first question is the first question to you. Please give examples of your work that you've done on CB12 that has prepared you for the position of second vice chair.
Thank you so much, Nobles, again. When I came in 2018, I hit the ground running. I was on the nominating committee in my first year on the board. I also have worked in putting together many special many special events. For example, I organized the town hall we had for the Small Business Job Survival Act, which brought in business owners to learn about the protections that could be offered if that act were to pass. I also was the leader on bringing us the census as a partner with us. I wrote the resolution that made us a partner with the census and organize an event that allowed people to sign up to get jobs with the census at Word Up. At Word Up and also at the Cloth Technology Center. I've been assistant chair on business development since January, and I have worked really hard over that time, writing all of the resolutions that have come out of that committee. In fact, over the last 3 years, I have written all of the resolutions that have come out of the business development. So I've really stepped up and tried to take leadership and make sure that we're bringing diverse voices of our community into the conversation.
Great, thank you. Same question to you, Francisco. Please give examples of the work that you've done on CB12 that has prepared you for the position of second vice chair.
Thank you. Yeah, so I also was helped Domingo with recruiting reaching out to 200 businesses. That's one of my strengths is the relationships that I have in the community with different types of businesses and the owners and the managers and the hostess, and reaching out to them and being able to help them kind of bridge the gap from what's going on in the board to what's going on in their lives, and trying to figure out how can we help them, because a lot of them don't know that there's this resource here for them, and I'm happy to be the one to kind of help them guide them through that.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Francisco. Second question to Tanya. Understanding of the roles and responsibilities of this position, what is it that you will personally bring to the position of second vice chair in the executive board that will benefit the operation of the board and also the entire community as a whole?
Sure, thank you. Yes, I have been, as assistant chair, been a leadership position even before I had the title. So I, have already shown the skills in terms of organizational skills, in terms of bringing in. I brought in many partners in both committees that I've been on, in terms of working with the board to expand our education on different issues, to expand our reach in the community. I've brought in many partners to come and present before us, to come and work with us on different initiatives. And I would bring that same thing as second vice to make sure that we continue to reach out to all of our community, to make sure that we are embracing all of our community, that we are opening up our board, being transparent and opening up our board to initiatives and other thoughts and ideas and creativity, activities that we can do to better reach our community, to better engage with our community. That's always been what I've been about. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Tanya. Francisco, same question to you. Understanding the roles and responsibilities of this position, what will you personally bring to the executive committee to ensure board operations and the delivery of services to the entire community are at the best that they can be?
Yeah, my goal here is to be the best assistant to the first vice chair and the chair, and however they need me in any way. But this is not just about just what we do at the board. It's also how are we bringing people to the board? How are we getting the youth involved? And I'm very much active on social media and promoting the board, different meetings that we have, letting them know that it's open to the public, letting them know that this is something that they should get involved in. Because I feel like in order for this board to progress, we got to bring in the youth as well and get them acclimated to what's going on behind the scenes. A lot of things are happening and these guys don't really know why. And I'm on social media every day, letting them know that this is an outlet for them as well.
Thank you, Francisco. Third question that we received from email to you, Tanya. Please give specific examples of ways in which you've advocated and actively worked towards diversity, equity, and inclusion, both within the board and the outside community, in ways that sought to empower all members of the board and the community, regardless of race, gender, ethnicity, and/or social demographic.
Thank you. Yes, after a series of unfortunate events, I was the leader in the inclusion resolution that was passed overwhelmingly last February, and I worked with a diverse group of our board to craft that, and to basically the resolution really is holding us accountable to not only take a closer look at our diversity over the years and where we might be lacking, but also what we can do to make sure that everybody's voices are included, that we are empowering members of our board who are capable and able to function and to contribute to our board. And that was very important that that were to occur. And if I am elected, I will ensure that that is carried forth and that we do honor the terms of that resolution. And I have worked with many diverse members of our community to make sure, reaching across the aisle to make sure that we are hearing from everybody on all issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. Same question to you, Francisco, and I'll read it because it's that important, folks, that this is the focus of what we do in board business. Francisco, please give examples, specific examples of ways in which you've advocated and actively worked towards diversity, equity, inclusion, both within the board and the outside community in ways that sought to empower all members of the board and the community, regardless of race, gender, ethnicity, or any other social demographic.
Outside the board, again, with my Uptown Flavor Festival, I had a mixology competition. And mixology is very heavy male-based. A lot of guys are bartenders, but I was able to get 90% all women. And the winner of the competition was a woman from Washington Heights up in Fort Tryon Tavern. Is that the Fort Tryon one over here and close to Dykeman? I forget the actual name, forgive me. But so outside of the board, I'm all about inclusion, diversity, and equality for all genders. Inside the board, I'm very steadfast on, and I spoke to Tanya about how racism and discriminatory practices are going on in some of our businesses and calling them out. And me and Tanya and some of the other people on the business development board, we talked about this and how can we develop something where we can hold people accountable and coming up with a system similar to the A, B, and C system about food cleanliness. How can we do that for racial disparities when it comes to how certain people are getting treated in restaurants and so on and so forth. So, and I want to go further on that. Hopefully next year we can get into some of that and really make a difference. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Francisco. So those were the questions that I received from email, but we also received some questions specifically for the second vice chair position that I'd like to ask you. For folks watching, we have a max of 5 questions, so I want to make sure to ask them all the board specific questions to all of our board members, which was the last 3 that you heard. But these questions, I'm going to highlight 2 of them because I think that you've already answered a couple of the other ones. Highlight 2 that we haven't reached yet. For this part, I'm going to actually flip the order because Tanya's been going first all the time. So to take it a little bit more even, Francisco, I'm going to ask you to go first.
Okay.
The first question for you is, can any other board members say they are familiar with the work that you've done on this board?
Yes.
Don't want to elaborate? That's it? It's all, you got a minute.
No, I thought that was a straight answer. Okay, no.
Okay, you
yes.
got a minute. You can elaborate.
I have plenty people I've worked with. The short time that I've been here, because I hit the ground running. I wanted to have these relationships and talk to people because I have stuff that I want to help with the community as well. So I had to reach out and build partnerships. And luckily, I found some great people on the business and Parks Board. I've been there since I started, and I've developed some great relationships there. And I use that to my advantage.
Thank you, Francisco. Tanya, same question to you. Can any other board members say they are familiar with the work that you've done on this board, and would you like to elaborate on that for a minute?
Yes, I've been up at that podium when we were meeting in person more times than I can even count. And I've been in the center of many of these very important conversations. And so, yes, I would say that they are and very familiar with the different areas in which I have been that I have engaged on this board. And yes, I think
Awesome.
they would know.
Thank you, Tanya.
Thank you.
And the last question for you, Francisco, is what do you hope to accomplish as second vice chair, and why are those goals important for the advancement of the board and for the better representation on behalf of the community? So it's talking about the goals that you're going to achieve in the position of second vice chair.
Like I said before, I think it's very important that I am a strong advocate for the first chair and the chair and helping helping them out and strengthening them out as well. Like I said before, I am a lifer here. I'm not going to be one to leave. This is my community. I'm all about this community from 156th Street all the way up to right before the Bronx. That's all I know. So when I'm not in this community, when I'm not in these meetings, I'm out in this on Twitter, on Instagram. Although a few times that I'm out and about with my mask on, keeping my social distances, we're talking about what's going on in this community and how can I help them, and how can I be a bridge for those people that are not really familiar with our board, but can still be knowledgeable of what's going on.
Awesome. Thank you, Francisco. Tanya, same question to you. What do you hope to accomplish as second vice chair, and why are those goals important for the advancement of the board and for the better representation on behalf of the community?
Yes. So firstly, the executive office, we're a team. And so we all should work in tandem and as a team to come up creatively, work together and use our skills to open up avenues to better engage with our community, to open up avenues of communication that have been missing. But ultimately, we're a team and we should be working together on that. But as individually as an officer of second vice chair, I think it's a great opportunity to really define the role, because it's not defined, and to really make it something, to figure out what are the priorities, what are the needs of the board, and what are our needs in terms of communicating with the public at large and serving their needs, and where can the second vice chair, what are some of those projects that they can take on to help achieve those goals. So it is a glorious opportunity.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tanya. So that concludes the questions that we have for the second vice chair, folks. We will continue moving now to the first vice chair. The only candidate there is Catherine. So Catherine, I'll open up the floor to you for 1 minute to say some words, and then I'll ask you the full board questions.
Awesome. Thank you, Nobles. I hope everyone can hear me okay. Considering it's the last meeting of the year, I also kind of want to take some time to give a shout out to everybody on this call. We have come through to what has felt like a year and a half, and collectively really pulled together when our community needed us the most, when people flocked to us the most, when agencies had the most critical information to share, with over 200,000 people in this area, right? And as a result, we came together and we had record participation, both from members and also from residents. We've passed some really critical resolutions, and I think we should be incredibly proud of that, despite the many barriers that have existed, both personally and for the body of the board. This was my first year on the executive committee. For folks who might not know, it was also my first year as vice chair. And I've been really grateful and thankful for the opportunity. When I think back to when I ran last December, one of the things that I shared with folks is that I was really committed to running more effective meetings. I was done with leaving at 10 o'clock, 10:30 in person, and I'm really proud to have supported in maintaining a strong run of show and keeping our meetings to 3 hours or less.
Awesome. Thank you, Catherine. I remember when you made that promise, and definitely fulfilled that, definitely. So that being said, and just a quick note about timing, folks, we're going to let the process of democracy play out here. I'm not going to play any favorites here in terms of asking some people some questions and some not. I was asked by the board to ask these 3 questions. We're going to let every candidate answer these 3 questions in the minute that they have. So I understand this might be going a little bit slow, but this is the election, and we're not going to, not have a standard here. So Catherine, the first question posed to you, please give examples of work that you've done on CB12 that has prepared you to have a second term as the first vice chair.
Mm-hmm. Well, this was an odd year, right, to be first vice chair and to learn. I've been on the board for about 4 years. In the first 2 months that we met as a board, I spent about 10 hours a week at the office, one day, a full day a week, with Paula, Ebenezer, and Chanel, learning the in and outs, understanding our procurement processes, observing different meetings, and finding ways that we can improve. And then, of course, there were proposals, and then the pandemic hit. So I'm really excited in that with everyone's support in the next year, some of those projects that were in the pipeline, we can fast track. And some of that includes, for example, our procurement processes around our budget. And one of the things I also did learn really well and was supportive, and I think I pitched back in our last in-person meeting, was around our procurement, particularly, and supporting our spend down and in the times of COVID.
Awesome. Thank you, Catherine. Second question. Understanding the roles and responsibilities of the position, what will you personally bring to the position of second vice chair that you think will allow you to operate it on a very high level?
Yeah, I think the insight that I've gained in this last year, I think working hand in hand with Eliasar, working with the office, understanding that despite COVID, and I understand we're probably going to stay virtual for a while, it's our new normal. We have an opportunity to improve our meetings. For example, we have an interpreter with us tonight. Zoom just launched out some new features that will allow us to have simultaneous translation and multilingual calls. And so that's an area that I'm highly invested and interested in terms of access to our meetings. We've had, like I said, record attendance, and it's a matter of how do we get back to those residents and let them know we're actually here monthly, right? That these concerns that you have in the area, why don't you just tap right into Zoom on your phone or watch us through YouTube or Facebook? So a lot of the initiatives that the team at the executive level and that the office team has fast-tracked, I look forward to really supporting and improving that. One of the other areas, of course, is around what our experiences as board members in a particularly rough year. And now that we're kind of all settled into this new normal, I really look forward to working with our chair and the office on survey projects and being able to understand what this has been like, right? And virtually, we've learned a lot of great things, and there's areas to improve.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Last question here for you. Please give specific examples of ways in which you've advocated and actively worked towards diversity, equity, and inclusion, both within the board and the outside community, in ways that sought to empower all members of the board and the community, regardless of race, gender, ethnicity, or any other social demographic.
Well, in my personal life, I mean, that's just my conviction. That's just my spirit, right? And part of that in working with folks who are isolated the most. So those are substance users. For folks who may not know me, I have 12 plus years in the nonprofit sector. And so I've been really privileged to work particularly in designing what was the first LGBTQ drop-in program here in Washington Heights. And then on the board, as I've said earlier, right, language access is really important to me. And I think the virtual sphere actually has allowed us to bring in residents who still may not even know what the board is, right? But actually would have the opportunity in a really easy way to tune in with us, to raise their voices. And so I look forward to expanding what is language access. Particularly, there are commitments that I've made that I think now that in this next year and within this new normal, we can really bring back in terms of code of conduct on the board, right? That was a commitment that, as Tanya had said earlier, that we have all as a board agreed upon that I think we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. All right, that was thank you very much. Next is the last position here, and that is the position of CB12 chair. That is, again, going uncontested, the incumbent being Chair Eleazar Bueno. Eleazar, I give you 1 minute for the floor to address the board.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Crawford, for the time and the 1 minute. I'm really gonna try and be as short as possible and just talk about some of the accomplishments that we as a whole have been able to do for the past year, beginning with how we were able to be the first community board to go virtual in every one of their committee meetings. Our paper challenge award, thanks to Gail Brewer's office and Natalie, who was instrumental in coordinating it. Our website launching, the food pantries partnerships that we had around the community. Again, thank you for the invite to be at the Dykeman projects and the Marble Hill projects, to be there every Tuesday for 6 months, distributing food to our community. The COVID-19 public hearing in February, the new board member orientation, the virtual elections, the simultaneous translations in our general and licensing meetings, and the new partnership, the getting the laptops and tablets for the members that had access issues like Mary Anderson and so forth. And on our soon-to-be partnership with Alianza Dominicana, in which our technical resources will be used to teach remote learning classes beginning
Thank
in
you, Chair
January.
Bueno. That was 1 minute, but we have other
Did the
questions
best
for
I
you.
could.
You have other questions? It's all good. First, please give examples of the work that you've done on CB12, which you probably still have some more left from your minute, that has prepared you for a second term as the chair of the board.
Experience. Realizing that you could do good while doing good. Realizing that that the whatever relationship you've been able to build outside of the community board, when you bring them in, you could have much more success than if you were trying to be a lone ranger. The team of people that I've been working with, including yourself, Catherine, and each and every one of you, have Curtis, have made this an extremely experience for me at this level. So the work that we've been able to do as a whole is just incredible. I don't have any words to express it. I just like to be grateful to be here and to be able to meet as many people that as I have and stroke the relationships that I have.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Chair. Second question, understanding the roles and responsibilities of the chair of the board, what do you bring personally to that particular position to be able to let that position operate at its best?
Equal levelness, and in a calm demeanor, realizing that you're not always gonna agree with everyone. However, there has to be a space that you have to create so where those disagreements can be discussed in a logical and civil way. That you may encounter personal attacks or pushback on some of the ideas that you may have. That no matter how hard you try, the work that you want to do and your vision and the community as a whole is what really matters. That personal agendas have to be put on the side, always and foremost. You may want to feel that you want to do something, but at the end of the day, it's what the community needs, not what you want.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Chair. Last question for you. Please give specific examples of ways in which you've advocated and actively worked towards diversity, equity, and inclusion, both within the board and outside community, in ways that sought to empower all members of the board and the community, regardless of race, gender, ethnicity, or any other social demographic.
I left Dominican Republic in 1988. I lived in Puerto Rico, where I was a minority. I lived in Orlando, Florida, where I was a minority. I lived in Washington, Maryland, Harlem, and Riverdale, and I was always a minority. I'm a product of diversity, equity. I'm a product of a person that has been given opportunities throughout his life. When I first joined the board, Shah Ali, who I think is in the back as an attendee, gave me an opportunity to join the aging committee Thursdays, 10:30, and I felt some sort of way when I first joined it, but then I realized that there's still opportunities. That all you need is an opportunity to grow, and I'm part of opportunities, and I believe that diversity is what makes us a unique board, and I'm very proud of the work that has been done, and it makes our community as strong as it is. You go out to Midtown, and then you come to the Heights, and you see the difference between what diversity means.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Chair. Folks, that concludes our nominee statement and Q&A period. I just want to say a couple thank yous before we go into roll call, OC. Again, thank you very much to Chair Bueno and also to the parliamentarian Jim Berlin, for guiding me in a lot of these. I'd like to also give a special shout out to Liz Ritter and Sally Fisher, not only for their continued support of this board, but also too for their constant promotion of folks that have not had a chance to shine and show their leadership. I respect your selfless ability here to let some new leaders come up this year. Thank you so much for your work on the board and also for that. I also like to thank Matt Levy, who was my predecessor for this particular nominating committee chair position. And also, most of all, thank you so much to the nominating committee, Mariel Ali, Jonathan Nunez, Paradise Phoenix, Chris Ventura. Thank you so much for your support and your attendance in the off hours from this board to make sure this process goes smoothly. And so with that, I would like to hand it over to Osi to do the roll call. And remember, the folks that are present are getting the ballot. So this is extremely important to say you are here. So Osi, please take it away.
Okay. Marielle Ali.
Present.
Richard Ullman.
Present.
Francisco Alvarez. Francisco Alvarez. Not in. Mary Anderson.
Here.
Glenys Aquino Gill. Glenys? Not here. Wayne Benjamin.
Here.
James Berlin.
I'm here, and when you get to the end of the list, just double check with the people who don't seem to be here, please. Thank you.
Tanya.
Yes, here.
Eli. I couldn't hear you, but I see
Here.
you. Daryl.
Here.
Nobles.
Present, thank you.
Robin Cruz.
Here.
Valdez Cruz.
Here.
Gerard.
President Osi.
Catherine Diaz.
Here.
Naisha Diaz.
Here.
Domingo.
Present.
Gabriela.
Present.
Ashley.
Present.
Sarah.
Here.
Faye.
Oh my God.
Faye Florimon.
Yes, present. I'm sorry, I was trying to get on mute. Sorry.
Barbara.
Present.
Mariela Graham.
Present.
Juan Guzman.
Present.
Miriam James.
Present.
Danielle.
Here.
Osi on mute, sorry.
Leo. Leo Jimenez.
Present.
Yosef Kalinsky.
Here.
I'm here. Betty Lehman.
Yeah.
Francisco Lopez. Obviously here.
Yeah.
Liz Reader.
Present.
Maria Luna is excused. Cindy Matos.
Present.
Jay Mazer. I saw him. Jay.
I saw him as well.
Right. Jay, are you here?
Jim, just a question. I know that we've had technical difficulties with.
Would you mind? Let me just finish and then
No
we'll do
worries,
the.
Osi.
Thank you. I'll go back to Jay. Isidro.
Present.
Ariel.
Present.
Debbie is excused. Jonathan. Aisha. Aisha.
Present.
Rosie.
Present.
Paradise.
Present.
Christina.
Present.
Bruce.
Here.
Etta.
Present.
Steve.
Present.
Omar.
Present.
Angel.
Present.
Christopher. Christopher Ventura. Christopher, I think that I can see you, but can you please unmute yourself? I'll come back to him. Curtis Young.
Curtis Young is present.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going back to
OC, I have Jay Mazer on the phone. He's having connectivity issues.
Okay.
So I'm going to put him on speakerphone so you can call the roll.
Jay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And Jonathan. Jonathan is not in. Christopher Ventura, I saw him there. Christopher, can you please unmute yourself?
I see him listed, but he's not responding.
Exactly what I'm looking for.
He needs to respond.
Right, he needs to respond. Did I miss anyone else? Are you here on a call and I didn't call you? Other than Christopher,
I think I heard him say he was there.
I couldn't hear
I didn't
anything.
hear it. So OC, just really quickly, could you just say the names one more time of the folks that are not here so that way Ebenezer knows to take their email off of the distribution for the ballot?
Yes. So Jonathan is not here. And
OC, you should say the full name.
okay. Jonathan Formetta is not here. And Christopher Ventura is here, but I cannot hear him. Can the office call him and ask him to unmute himself or something?
Jim, what's the rule with this? Does it have to be?
He's walked away from his computer and he's not in front. He can't hear what we're saying.
That's
And
another
that
thing.
could be a possibility, but.
Jim, what's the rule here?
Okay, what I believe should be the case is the voting period is going to start, and we have a list of people, which at the moment does not include Chris because he hasn't responded. If he responds anytime during the 20-minute voting period, he should be allowed to vote.
That's true.
Okay.
Okay, so
He's
that
in the
is my
nominating
ruling on
committee.
what we're going to do.
So if he's in the breakout in the nominating committee, well, let's do it there. He's in the
Sorry.
Oh, there he is.
I just took my mask off. I just stepped away to the restroom. Sorry.
Okay,
Okay,
problem
so
solved.
Christopher, you're here. Okay,
Always been here.
thank you.
How are you?
We're good. So then that just means Jonathan, OC, and we have the excusals, of course. So if you could just say those names one more time for Ebenezer, just in case.
The excusal are, hold on a second. Debbie and Maria.
Great. And we still have not heard from Jonathan Formetta either, Ebenezer.
No, we did not.
Okay, so it's
And
just three.
I
Excellent.
don't,
Well, also Glennis and Francisco Alvarez.
Right. Thank you, Liz.
right, thank you.
So that's five.
Jay said that he'd like to just vote out loud because he doesn't have the ability to write it down, take a picture, text it, and he doesn't have access to email. So when we
Sure.
get to that point, he's fine with voting out loud and having somebody record it so that there's a written record of it.
Sure. Jim, can we do that from a nominating committee perspective? When we go into the breakout, I can call Jay and then he can just say
No. He has to speak aloud during the meeting. So,
Got it. So right now,
and everyone has to hear him, right? But once he does that, he has voted. And obviously, when we've heard him, we write it down. But that is the voting, his
Thank you,
voice.
Jim.
Thank
So
you.
Liz.
I have, so just to sum it up, so three members are not here. We have Francisco Alvarez, we have Glennis Aquino Gill, and we have Jonathan Formetta that are not present right now as I speak.
And the excused.
And then you have two excused. You have Debbie and you have Maria.
That's what I've
And
got.
Glennis.
We've already said Glennis.
Okay.
Glennis is excused?
Yes.
The point is, they're not here and
They're
they're
not
not
here.
voting, whether they're
Exactly.
excused or
Thank
not.
you.
Yep.
Right.
Good. Okay, cool. So 5. Ebenezer, are you good with the folks that are not here, the 5?
Yes, I have the list of the people that are not in the meeting. It's 5. Let me repeat it to make sure that we are on the same page.
Thank you.
Francisco Alvarez, Glenis Aquino, Maria Luna, Debbie Nabavian, and Jonathan Frometa.
That's
Those are the 5 people that I don't going to send email.
That's correct. Thank you so much,
Okay.
District Manager. If you could, please send out the ballot now to everybody else. And then that will mark the beginning of the 20 minutes. And then Jim, is this the appropriate time to ask Jay to say his vote?
I will let you know what I send it, so the minute be accurate at the point I
Okay.
send it. I still bring it in the number, okay?
Yeah, that's great. Just let us just cut in and let us know, and then we'll take Jay's vote.
Right. That sounds very good. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
With that, Jay?
What? Yeah, when do I vote?
As soon.
As soon as Ebenezer confirms the ballot is out, then we can get you to vote on speaker.
Okay.
Excellent. Good. So until that point, which should probably take a few seconds, I believe.
A point of order.
Go for it, Steve.
Is it appropriate for Jay to vote publicly before the rest of us have cast our votes? Shouldn't we wait until we've had a chance to vote and then he can vote?
Jim?
That's an interesting question. I suppose if you want to be highly technical, that's true. But on the other hand, this is not a secret ballot. It never was a secret ballot. There's nothing preventing us that would have prevented us in the past from discussing how we voted with our fellow members, or even announcing it, even though we had this written ballot. So and then the other thing is we would have to make Jay sit around for 20 minutes. And I don't think that's necessary here. So I don't believe we have to deal with that fine point, if that's okay.
He's attending the meeting anyway.
Yeah, but it's very difficult for him. He's on Liz's cell phone listening, whatever.
All right. I would leave it to his option.
I agree with Steve.
That's very good.
So we're going to leave it to his option?
If he wants to wait 20 minutes, he can wait 20 minutes, right?
Jay, would you mind
Otherwise,
telling us
he's
what you prefer?
as soon as the ballots go out.
Jay, would you mind telling us what you prefer?
So, Jay, do you prefer voting now or do you prefer voting after everybody's already voted?
No, I prefer to vote now.
Great. Thank you.
I just want to credit Jay for he's not the most technological savvy person, but he's thought this whole year through. So I got to give credit where it's due.
Thanks, Waldis.
Oh yeah, and then that's why we created these accommodations, because we don't want to disenfranchise anyone.
Ebenezer, I saw your face pop up. Were you trying to say something? Ebenezer?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Do you still need some more time for the email, or?
Almost ready. Almost ready.
Awesome. Thank you. So Chair Bueno, just give us a couple more seconds to send out this email, and then we can continue on with the board business once it goes out and Jay votes.
So you said to begin?
Not yet. Once the email goes out, the Ebenezer is going to confirm in a second with the ballot link. Then we're going to get Jay's vote, and then the nominating committee will go into breakout.
Can I just say a quick shout out to Paula and Chanel while Ebenezer was on vacation? Thank you for everything.
How are you going to monitor, by the way, Crawford, if Mr. Crawford, if someone is having difficulty if you're in the breakout, or can you look at both?
As folks would see from the email that was previously gone out, and folks will also see in the link. And what I will say now, if you have any difficulties technically voting with this link, please raise your hand in this Zoom, and someone from the nominating committee will reach out to you within the 20-minute voting period. So if you have any issues, so if we can, please clear any raised hands that might still be up. I'm not seeing them. And then any raised hands that go up, someone from the nominating committee will reach out to you. If you have any technical issues, I highly recommend everyone, if you can, please just vote by the link.
Okay, I'm about to send the email. I
Great.
left out the 5 people that are not present in the meeting.
Thank you.
However, I would like to request anyone who is in the meeting and do not receive this email in, let's say, in 2 or 3 minutes, let me know to make sure that you receive it.
Also raise your hand in the chat and someone will reach out to you to make sure if you haven't gotten it in the next
Okay.
like three to 5. Yeah.
I just sent the email out.
Thank you so much, District Manager Smith. I will then start the 20-minute clock. And Mr. Mazer, the floor is yours for your vote. And Liz, with support of Liz.
Well, hold on a second. I'm looking for, he's gonna need the actual ballot because I haven't received it yet. So can you read it off? Oh, here we go.
Yep, I just got it.
All right, I just got it. Okay, so okay, I'm gonna read you off the ballot. So state for the record your name.
J.D. Mazer.
State for the record your email.
JDMWHIN0@gmail.com.
Thank you. For Assistant Secretary, you have the option of Rosie Perez or abstain. How do you vote?
Rosie Perez.
For Secretary, you have the option of O.C. Kaminer or abstain. How do you vote?
Kaminer.
For Treasurer, you have the options Omar Tejada or abstain. How do you vote?
Tejada.
For Second Vice Chair, you have the options of Tanya Bonner, Francisco Lopez, or abstain. How do you vote?
Bonner.
For Vice Chair, which I think should be First Vice Chair, you have the options Catherine Diaz or abstain. How do you vote?
Yes.
For Chair, you have the options Eleazar Bueno or abstain. How do you vote?
Bueno.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I'm gonna kill my audio.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Jay. Thank you, Liz. The nominating committee, I would ask at this point, please leave this meeting. Leave it, so that way we don't have any issues with mute or anything like that. Leave this meeting and let's go to our alternate breakout Zoom meeting link.
No,
You have 2 hands.
If I may, before you leave, I just received a note from Jonathan that he's trying to get in touch with you.
Oh, I didn't get a text from him or an
Just
email.
trying to get in touch with you, so please check that.
I'll call his cell phone. Thank you, Residio. Appreciate that. And if he shows up in the nominating committee breakout, because he's on the nominating committee, he does get the ballot. So, or just shows up to the general meeting. So I'll talk to him. I'll call him. Awesome.
Okay, I have a question.
Yes, Naisha.
So we're supposed to come back in 20 minutes.
No, the business of the board is still going to continue as the nominating committee jumps out and starts to tally these votes. And if all the votes are counted before 20 minutes, we're going to come back and we're going to tell the results. We're going to break in.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other questions?
Hey Nobles, this is Etta. I haven't received my ballot yet, so I'm just flagging that.
Okay,
Yosef Kalinski also.
Hold on, folks. Hold on a second here, please. Let me just make sure that, okay. The email we have is santiago.etta@gmail.com. That's your correct email, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, cool.
I also haven't received.
So, okay, so who hasn't received this email yet between Naisha, the good rabbi, and Etta?
OC, I didn't receive it.
OC, who else? Daryl?
No, I got it. I was just saying, check focus, check other, check junk mail. Check them all.
Okay, so Yosef, OC,
And
Naisha.
the email should come from Ebenezer, by the way, for those who don't have.
Yep, because I definitely received it. So Joseph, Etta, Osi, and Naisha. Check all of those
Just
again.
got mine. Thank you. This is
You got
Etta.
yours?
I got it. Yeah.
Thank you. So
I have
Joseph,
I'm sorry.
no worries. Yes, Mary?
I have a question.
Go for it.
How do we stay on the meeting and go to our email? I can do only one or the other.
If you're in a Zoom app, you can go to a web browser separately.
I don't know how to do that stuff.
Don't worry. Would you like to do your vote on the floor? Or do you want to write it down and text it to me?
No.
Okay, then let's do your vote from the floor. Is that cool?
Listen, you're getting too technical for me now.
Okay, well then let's do it from the floor then, okay?
Nobles, in the meantime, this is Angel. I have not received it yet.
Okay, Angel, let me write your name down.
Nobles, you can leave the meeting and come back.
Right, you could definitely do that if you don't want.
Back in again.
Look,
Yeah, but I'm going to miss.
Everyone knows,
I'm going to
but
miss
Mary,
what the part of the meeting that's going on, though.
That's true.
Mary's
No,
not
but it
comfortable.
only takes you a couple minutes to vote. You just
Look.
write your name, write your email, do your clicks on your votes, and come back.
Look,
Takes a minute to vote.
Folks, some folks are not.
I'll try. I'll
yeah.
try it.
Mary, are you sure you don't want to vote from the floor?
Let me go to my email.
Okay, so the only folks I still have not received it yet. I want to confirm this because we will send a special email out to you. Joseph, Osi, Naisha, and Angel.
I see Bruce's hand up as well.
Me too.
Bruce, you
Bruce
have not
Robertson.
received it?
I have not received it.
Okay, cool. What I'll do too is I'm going to text you guys the link to this. So I have all your phone numbers, assuming that your phone number is correct and with the office. I'll also text you. You can do this vote from your phone. Just confirm back to me that you received it. Cool?
Noble, if
Yes.
you want, I can resend it to the people who are saying that I've received it yet.
Yeah, that would definitely be cool. Thank you very much, Ebenezer. And I will still also text it because if they didn't receive it the first time, I'd be worried if they didn't receive it the second time. But go ahead and do it anyway, just in case for redundancy. I will still text it to these folks.
Okay, I just want to go over with the people. It's Joseph Kalinsky, Eda Santiago, Osi, and who else?
Eda already has it. She's good. So it's Joseph, Osi,
Bruce,
Naisha. Hold on, Bruce. And Angel and Bruce. Do you want me to repeat those?
Angel or either Angel?
Yeah, Vasquez.
Vasquez, yes,
Angel
thank
Vasquez.
you. And Bruce.
Okay.
Yep. Good. Wayne, did you have a question? Did I see that? Okay.
Nobles?
Yes.
Nobles, it
Yes,
takes
Barbara.
40 seconds to vote. It's just really type your name. Type your email, click it.
I know, Barbara. I made it. But some folks just don't have that.
I'm encouraging. I'm just encouraging. Like,
Yeah,
be not
I
afraid.
appreciate it.
Be not afraid.
Let's see her millennial skills. I see.
So Mary, let me know if you still have a problem. Are you good now?
I'm done. I voted. I'm done. I'm done.
Fantastic. All right, guys. Are there any other questions before I go off and break it down? Because you guys can still continue the business of the board, but the nominating committee will be in another room. Is everyone good here?
Nobles,
Yes.
Marielle. So I actually started our breakout room, but I'm on my here as well. So I'll keep an eye out since I have Zoom open on 2 different devices. So I'll keep an eye out on both meetings.
Excellent. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave here right now, and I'm going to come to your room. Okay.
Okay, I got the thing from Ebenezer. Yosef got it, so I'm going to do it now. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
I got it too.
Osi, that was you. Awesome. Naisha.
I got it. It's Angel.
Angel. Naisha, you got it too?
Yeah.
Yes. Bruce.
I got it.
You got it? Yes. So that means, dude, everybody's got it, which is great. Mary voted. We should have 45 people. We will get back to you. No other questions? 3, 2, 1.
I have a question, Nobles.
Jonathan, you're here. OC, please let the record show that Jonathan is present.
Yeah, the question. I'm sorry that I joined later.
It's okay, my man. What's up?
Yeah. I haven't received the email.
That's okay. I'll get you the link when we get into the breakout room. Just jump to the other room because you're on the nominating committee.
Thank you.
Cool. Anyone else? 3, 2, 1. All right. I'll see you guys when the vote's done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nobles. Thank you, Marielle, Chris Ventura, Paris, and Jonathan for all the hard work. All the hard work. I think the choice was incredibly just. Moving along, I know that is Wendy Olivo still with us? She's been there.
I never leave, but I'm here listening to every single word everyone is saying.
And you are the first one because I've always lived it for last.
Yay! Thank you so very much. I will keep it very brief because I know everyone by this time must be very tired. I just want to, on behalf of the Assembly member, thank everyone. CB12, thank you so much for hosting. New York Presbyterian and Dr. Ho, wow, thank you so much for such an informative presentation. To everyone who is running tonight and voting, thank you so much for putting so much of your own time into this. It's always good to remember that this is a volunteer thing you guys do. And as tired as I am sitting here watching you guys, I am so proud of my community for being a part of this all the time and being present. So thank you. I don't have any other announcements at this time, but as things come up, I will share them with the board to distribute to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Catherine, do you have any specific order that where elected officials, representatives joined in?
Yes, I do. Waiting for one response, but we can go over to Maria. Where's Maria? Sorry, guys. All right, well, I find Mariel, I'm going to give it over to Orlando. Where's Orlando?
Hello, everyone. Orlando over here. On behalf of the Assembly Member Carmen de la Rosa, I would like to express our holiday greetings to every member of the board and the executive committee as well. Wishing you all luck in today's election, and thank you to New York Presbyterian for that wonderful presentation in light of the second wave of the COVID pandemic. That was really necessary, and I think it was a great presentation for the members, not only for the residents, if there is something that we could communicate. Just to give you a brief legislative update, the Assembly member has been working tremendously hard on the excluded workers bill that she has in the Assembly, that we're working with Senator Ramos to actually create momentum around this bill. And it's part of the revenue raiser strategy that legislators are trying to push for the next upcoming session. And also the Elder Pro have been working very closely with advocates, with RAB, Community Alternative, also with Make the Road, to make sure that we bring attention to this bill, that we want to make sure that it passes next session as well. And we participated in the Public Safety Committee as well, and we've been working close with Curtis and also with Danielle to make sure that we bring more not only attention but also sympathy and sensitivity around issues that affect Black and Brown communities. And just so you know, today is just a brief announcement. The governor signed the Protect the Courts bill earlier today. It has been sitting on his desk for a couple of months, and now today he actually passed it. Oh, he signed it actually. So that's a win-win for immigrant communities and for New Yorkers as well. And we also co-hosting a mass incarceration town hall this Thursday with Assembly Member Demo Mix, and also some of the members that have been elected. They're members elect, but they're not. They do to start next session. So that's gonna be this Thursday. I'm gonna share the flyer with you guys, and I'm also sharing the information to see if you guys, if anybody would like to participate. That's gonna be Thursday, December 17th at 6:30. And for Thanksgiving, we actually provided around 700 turkeys to families in the district, and we partner up with over a dozen organizations, and we provided produce as well. And last but not least, we also would like to express our solidarity with the small business sector, because we know that they're hurting right now, and we know that it's a must for them to get the financial assistance and support that they need in order to prevail, in order to sustain themselves, for their job retention, and also for their livelihoods. We hear them, and we put out a statement today, and the assembly members committed to make sure that we continue to bring those issues to the forefront and to make sure that the upper leadership is actually also understanding their struggle, and that it is a must for them to start operating as soon as possible, understanding that public safety is a must. And that's all from me, and I hope you guys stay warm and healthy for the snowstorm that's coming tomorrow. So thank you very much.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Orlando. Thank you for your patience.
All right, go ahead, Chris.
Hi, folks. Chris here
Sorry,
from.
point of order. We're timing these?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey there, folks. Chris from Senator Jackson's office. Good to see you all. I echo my colleagues' appreciation for your service. And I'll just jump right in. So we had 2 encore flu shot drives this month, building on our success in November. We've also distributed over 1,000, at those events, we distributed over 1,000 masks, several gallons of hand sanitizer, along with information about the nearby COVID-19 testing sites. Overall, we've spent dozens of hours in the field distributing masks and hand sanitizer along with our colleagues over the past few weeks. I especially want to shout out the borough president and the assemblyman for organizing several of those events. And we're all fighting to keep cases down in New York City right now. We've also participated in some food drops, and we have another few coming up. I can send that information to Ebenezer and he can distribute it to the board. 2 weeks ago, the senator held a really touching episode of Represent NYC on the Manhattan Neighborhood Network in memory of our 106th mayor, David Dinkins. And I encourage you all to check it out if you have some time over the holidays. It's a really moving episode with several really important civic leaders. You can check it out on our Facebook page. It's at Senator R. Jackson. Working with the mutual aid network that the senator has jump-started, our Chief of Staff, Joanna Garcia, and myself have built a community children's library with our mutual aid volunteer, Robin Aronson. Check it out. It's next to the community fridge at Arden and Broadway. We're also rolling out a tutoring program in the following weeks. And if you're interested, you can email me. My email is really easy. It's chris@senatorjackson.com. Tomorrow, we're going to be starting a toy drive with a partners, Inwood Merchant Association and the Washington Heights Bid. The toys will go to Dykeman houses, and you can drop off toys through Monday, December 21st at several locations. Jason's Eye Shop, Dr. Compton at Compton Eye Associates, the Starbucks on Dykeman, or the Inwood Group a little ways up Broadway on Broadway and Cumming. And legislatively, we're hoping to pass a real eviction moratorium in the coming days. And the senator actually sent a letter to Governor Cuomo last week calling on him to release the changes he wants to make to the rent relief program immediately so that we can move the remaining $60 million in that program to assist tenants who are struggling right now. And he's continuing to lead the charge to raise revenues at the state level, both in this legislative session at the end of it and in the one that begins in January. If you have any further questions about that, I'm happy to have a discussion offline. Thanks, everybody.
All right, thank you, Chris.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it.
Next up, we have, I know Francisco had his hand up. I was gonna ask Ellie, are we taking questions right now or at the end?
Once we finish the reports.
Okay. So we're gonna go to Manuel if you're speaking.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. My name is Manuel Villar. I'm here on behalf of the council member, Mark Levine. I just have 2 quick announcements. This Thursday, weather permitting, we'll be having our monthly food pantry in collaboration with WISCA, Westside Campaign Against Hunger. That'll start at 10:30 promptly in the morning, and it usually runs until noon. So that'll be this Thursday at our district office, which is located at 500 West 141st Street on the corner of 141st and Amsterdam. And we are also going to be having some COVID-19 self-testing at the district office on Thursday. And I'll be adding supplementary dates after the holidays on our website, and by next month's general board meeting, I'll make sure to have all the rest of the dates that our district office and other places in our district will have COVID-19 testing. And that's it. Thank you, everybody. Happy holidays and Stay safe during the snowstorm.
Thank you, Manuel. Next up is Gail.
Gail.
We can give you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Catherine. And I have to say, I think Nobles is the coolest nomination chair I've ever seen. That was really exciting to watch. So congratulations, Board 12. I think we're all working on COVID, waiting for this vaccine. I think I want to thank electeds and Board 12 because we sent a letter to all of the health providers in Upper Manhattan to say, help, we need you to do testing. And Ryan Health stepped up. So I think you know that they're a wonderful new addition to the community, but they're going to be doing testing, which they had not done before. And I can tell you, it's a great health center. And then secondly, I think Dr. Compton, as you know, is a rock star when he was on the community board. He's a rock star as a doctor. So we were there last week and he tested 100 people, and I know that he's doing even more for others, but it was very exciting to see that pop up and people participating. We now have 7 staff members who were trained in micro testing, and so we're going to be doing it throughout Upper Manhattan, and we'll give you some dates as time goes on, but it's a very it goes quickly when you are doing it in a micro setting and there's no line and it works. I just want to talk about arts because, as you know, Alden Bonilla is unfortunately no longer in the deputy borough president, but he is number 2 at the fund for the city of New York, and he has money. And keep in touch with him because he now has a grant that's available for artists, particularly artists of color. And I assume that you know about it. It's in our newsletter. But I want people in Washington Heights to apply and to get the money. It was great to go to all the tree lightings in the Dykeman area. I want to thank everybody who did, both the one that was from what I would consider the merchants and the one in the garden. The more lightings, the better, the more people participating. The weather was great and families came out. Just in terms of the school situation with this device, it's making me very angry. So we finally got some money that's been released in terms of devices. We had about $50 million sitting in the bank for technology from last year's budget. And finally, OMB and DOE and SCA are moving it. But what we're finding when we call the schools in Washington Heights and Inwood and elsewhere is that there really is no tracking system. So some families have an old device that doesn't work. Some have one that has come recently from the Department of Education, but there really is no consistent, it's all anecdotal information. So we really are going to call every school to find out what is the status of this device situation. I also want to say in terms of schools that we know that at the High School of Media and Communications, there is a recording studio that we have hopefully got all the equipment purchased and that will in fact be working in the near future. It has been a challenge, but I know there'll be a walkthrough with all the partners, and that recording studio should be a real asset because it is a high school of media and they certainly need this. Working with Council Member Udanis Rodriguez and the folks who are involved with this urban farm, I think it's one of the coolest projects I've ever seen. And we're going to obviously work with the high schools, particular one high school with Principal Triahana and those who are interested in being what we call CTE, which is basically a program that would be at the high school focused on horticulture and agriculture so that school could sponsor a real urban farm. That is the biggest, fabulous project I've ever seen. So thank you. I just want to mention, of course, one last thing, 2 things. One, all community board, February 1st is when the applications are due. And also we are having, as others are, but with Columbia Presbyterian and others, it's on our website, Monday, December 21st, 6:30 p.m. It's a really extremely informative discussion about the vaccine, Monday, December 21st, Zoom at 6:30 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Next up is Laurie still here.
You know, Gail, I think Catherine loves saying your tummy's up.
That's okay. I kept going.
She enjoys it so much.
I kept going. But thank you.
Of course. Go ahead, Lauren.
Mute. Got it. Hi, I'm sorry. Here we go.
Okay. I do want to thank you, all of you, for your service and for the education of community democracy. This was the first time I've watched the complete nominating process, and it was, I must tell you, frankly, it was very inspiring. Okay, it's important to know that hopefully there's going to be another round of the Paycheck Protection Program that came out of, we've had 3, this is PPP 4, and it is, at this point, it's still just in a proposal state. It's not by any means confirmed. However, the key proposal is that there would be $300 billion for the Small Business Administration. And unlike the previous go-arounds, there would be a lot more emphasis on businesses with no more than 10 employees, and some of the very difficult restrictions on the previous PPP programs, whereby you had to use a certain percentage for staff and only other thing was rent, or now you can use monies in a more general way. So the challenge is that there's still a lot of deliberation, a lot of horse trading going on around this. It is under bipartisan discussion, which is positive. And what's going to happen is if it goes through, then we'll have to hurry to get the word out. So I'm bringing this to everyone's attention so that you can start letting your contacts in the small business community know that this will hopefully, something will come out of this kind. There will probably be some more monies for individuals as well as possibly extensions of unemployment, on a federal basis. So the point is people need to be ready to hit the ground running. That's the basic point here. The other thing is that there have been some changes to tax law that will impact people filing their 2019 taxes. And opportunities exist now, for instance, to get deductions for nonprofit, for donations to nonprofits and religious charities and the like. I have sent the very detailed provisions, all of the information in both English and Spanish. I've sent them to Ebenezer, to Domingo, to Eleazar. So I want this to be available to members of the community board. So again, you can help disseminate this information to the community. Okay, it's all there. In addition, we have created an exhaustive list. Recently, every entry has been vetted of food pantries and soup kitchens in Washington Heights and Inwood. Again, it is with the leadership of the community board. Of course, it's always available through myself, through my office, but this way it's hopefully no more than a call to Ebenezer or an email, and then these things can be distributed. The congressman was
Sorry,
honored.
Laurie, that's your time. You want 5 seconds to wrap up the point?
Oh, I can finish. The congressman was honored to speak about the life and legacy of New York City Mayor David Dinkins from the floor of the chamber. It's very moving. I recommend that you take a look at his social media so that you can see the video of it. And he spoke about what was great and what was unique and how we need to follow in the footsteps of this very, very important leader. Thank you. Best wishes.
All right, thank you, Laurie. I don't think Philip Ellison is still on the call with us. So I'm gonna go on to Mariel.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Catherine, for dealing with all my texts. Also, Eleazar and Isidro. Like I said, I'm Mariel from the New York City Comptroller's Office. Thank you so much for everyone that filled out the survey that, I sent to people like 7 times. The reason that we sent it so often was just to make sure that we had a comprehensive idea of what New York City employees and people that are working from home and working in general are dealing with during the COVID pandemic. We were able to use that information to write a report, to have some suggestions on what could change in the future, including making CUNY a space that works more with us, that with people that have lost their jobs during the pandemic, who are low income, which they do a great job at now, but kind of being a little creative about that. Investing in full-time faculty for CUNY, also with local businesses as well. Having an opportunity for career and technical education. Sorry, I thought I lost y'all. And a bunch of other ideas which are on our website. Also, we wanted to make sure that we shared our information about the Minority and Women-Owned Business Report. The city is still at a C. We've been doing this grading system since the beginning of his controllership. And I made up a word, I think, but we wanted to make sure that we continue to encourage the city to move forward with diversity aspects to ensure that small businesses have an opportunity to grow. And during the pandemic, it shows that there's small businesses that can have something to provide, and why not have more access to city, state funds to be able to do so. The last thing I wanted to, well, two things quickly. One, as a comptroller, the comptroller is still here till the end of next year. So I wanted to make sure that people continue to include me in their meetings. Even though he's a citywide elected official, I want to make sure that I could be of service to the community board and to the community at large. I wanted to say thank you for all the time that you all dedicate to this space. Not only do you all take it seriously, but you take a different approach, and I get to learn so much about the things that I may not have an opportunity to sit and learn during the workday. And happy holidays to everyone. Thank you so much. And my heart goes out to folks that have lost family members, friends, or have been sick with COVID, because it is not a joke. Thank you so much for having me here today, and have a beautiful night.
Thank you. And back to
Maria.
you, Melissa.
Do we have anyone else? No? So Isidro, moving along.
Thank you, Chair, and happy holidays once again, as Maria indicated. I do hope that you have a really nice time with your family. So let me go over the licensing committee issue. You probably know that we do have a reporting, new reporting officials from the 33rd precinct and the 34th precinct. We have Lieutenant Zambrano from the 33rd precinct, and also Lieutenant Taveras from the 34th precinct. Committee members, if those of you that are present, feel free to jump in case I missed anything. As always, I always regard your participation very highly. So some questions that came about from the many agenda items that we had. Agenda item number 7 and 8, the idea was a corporate change, and Jancy Espinal is taking over 60% of the share. By state regulation, they're supposed to let the community board know. Also, there is an expansion, as it was addressed earlier. The maximum capacity there will be 74. It will not extend beyond 74, because then otherwise they will have to require a different permit. They have informed the SLA about this process, and they started dealing with the community board first. On agenda item number 10, which was also, there was some questions about whether or not they approached the Dyckman House folks. I was surprised not to see one of the residents there, Marshall Vanderpool, who is always active, and I was not too pleased that he didn't attend the meeting. The question about noise emanating from this establishment is a question. We consider the hours that they are in operation, which is up to 2 o'clock in the morning. So it would not be until 4 o'clock in the morning. They also provided, indicated that they do have soundproofing, and also they will have installed a sound limiter. We requested some stipulations, including telephone numbers, in case some residents will have some questions, that they can easily call someone and deal with the issues at hand. On agenda item number 11 and 12, there was some question about ownership. It's the same owner. So agenda item 11 and 12, they're very close by. It's a wine and beer license, and it's the same corporation. Finally, on agenda item number 13, there were some questions. We requested that this owner sell only alcohol until midnight on specific hours as you see it on the minutes. And then on the weekends, those hours get to be extended. But it will not be serving alcohol 24/7 because obviously that is illegal. At this point, I would entertain any questions that you might have.
Yeah, Francisco and Steve, I know you had your hands up during elected officials, and because of it's 9:34 and we have a couple of resolutions, if you have questions for them, I asked to email. So I'm gonna go first to Wayne, who had his hand up for licensing, and if you guys have your hand up to licensing, I'll come back for that.
Hi, Isidro.
Yes.
Concerning item 8, the expansion or the enlargement into additional space. During the public session, someone mentioned that they'd already done that. But are they asking basically for permission to serve liquor in the expanded space?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so the expansion in and of itself is not what it doesn't require SLA approval. It's the ability to serve liquor in the expanded space, which is what requires their approval.
100% correct.
Thank you.
Steve, go ahead. You're on mute, Steve.
Okay, I have 3 questions, but beginning with the this expanded space. Where is the expanded space? What did they take over?
It's right next to their establishment on the east side of the establishment. They're taking over about the square footage is there on the minutes. It's about 40 square feet. It's very small and tiny space, but they did need that space in order to have more space for seating arrangements.
It's in front of another. It's in front of another store.
Not in front, adjacent to it, right next to it.
All right, but so it doesn't block another store.
No.
Okay. Okay. Then they say here that that they have a hookah license. How does a restaurant get a hookah license? I thought you're only entitled to have hookah if that's a large amount of if that's a large source of revenue for you. I thought regular restaurants can't have such a license.
So there was an application process for the hookah license, and they had to prove that they had an income of 50% of the revenues coming in. Apparently, they approved that. I don't know specifics on how it was approved, but they do have the license from what it was.
That's a city process.
Yeah.
So it makes that criteria.
So more than 50% of their revenue actually comes from hookah?
When they applied, they had to prove that it came from hookah.
Okay. All right. And my last question is that there's an inconsistency in 3 of the, with respect to, in the minutes, with respect to 3 of the applications, number 3, 4, and 7. It indicates that there have been no 311 complaints, but in parentheses, after the word none, in each case, there's either the number 3, 5, or 11. So are the numbers correct?
Can you please tell me specifically which ones are you referring to one by one?
Yeah. Okay. So number 3 says that there have been no 311 calls, but in parentheses it says there were 3 311 calls.
So the 3 will be taken out. That's a typo.
That's a typo. Okay. So in the next one, number 4, again, it says no 311 calls, but there's a number 5.
And number 4.
In number 4, it says no 311 calls, and then in parentheses 5.
No, it says 4 311 calls in number 4.
No,
When are you looking at?
He's talking about the following sentence.
The next line. This year there were none. Well, I should say no. There were none 311, and then in parentheses the number 5.
So on number 5 is 911 calls, and then 5. So 5 is the correct number there.
Okay.
I'm checking the everything that I took, the notes, and none should be taken out. So none should be taken out, and 5 should be left in.
Okay, and then take a look at number 7, where it says this year there are none 311, but in parentheses it says 11.
So 11 is the right number.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Steve, for this for bringing this up.
Okay, and the final two for licensing, first is Liz and then Nosy.
Thanks.
Yeah,
I have a question about item number 10, Power 202 LLC, DBA Space 3. I'm just curious, did they didn't seem to do any outreach to NYCHA? Am I missing something about that?
So they didn't mention that they did any outreach to the Dykeman houses. This application was passed back in June of last year.
Okay.
I don't recall if the NYCHA people were present, but at this meeting, they were not present. And I don't know if they did an outreach at least.
So I would like to just say personally, I plan to vote against this, and I would encourage other people to vote against it as well, just because I think anybody who's opening up any kind of potentially noise generating establishment in that area has a responsibility to the people of the community to reach out to the people of the community. I feel they didn't do their due diligence.
What number is that, Liz?
Beg your pardon?
What number is that?
That's number 10. So I think that, this committee has done a very good job of letting establishments know you have to post a notice, you have to let people know that they're applying for something. This establishment did not do that, and I think it's profoundly disrespectful to the people who live in NYCHA that they didn't bother to reach out to that community, which pretty traditionally has had some issues and has taken the opportunity to work with bar owners on establishments that are near the Dykeman houses.
Thank you, Liz.
Miriam, are you there? Because she's the vice president of the Dykeman projects. Maybe she wants to chime in.
I'm here. No, nobody reached out to any of us.
Okay, good. So it's good always to hear firsthand the testimony of the people who are directly involved in these kind of issues. Thank you, Miriam, for.
You're welcome.
Right. Any other questions?
I raised my hand. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So, Isidro, my understanding for application number 8 is that they actually completed the addition in June, and they're only now coming to the community board to tell us that they complete the addition, and now they need the license for the extension. So, and in terms of number 10, I do remember 2-3 years ago that there was some issues with that venue. So I urge other fellow community board members to vote against number 7, 8, and 10. Thank you.
Righty, thank you. I think Nobles is ready. Gonna take a few more minutes.
Yep.
Nobles.
Just a short time period.
Wrap it up. Yeah, thank you.
We received all 45 votes. Thank you very much, folks. And just really quickly with the results. And again, I will be giving these results to the board. By end of week, you will be able to check in and see any specifics of it that you would like. But for the time being tonight, the folks that have met the majority to have positions on our 2021 executive board, Rosie Perez for Assistant Secretary, congratulations. You won that with 45 votes. For Secretary, Osi Kamenar, you won that with 44 votes, congratulations. Treasurer Omar, you won that with 44 votes, congratulations. Second Vice Chair, Tanya, you won that with 31 votes, congratulations. And Vice Chair, first Vice Chair, Catherine, you won that with 44 votes, congratulations. And Chair Bueno, you won the chair again with 41 votes. Congratulations. That's it.
Please tell us how many votes the other candidate for second vice chair got.
Yes, we'll do. Francisco, you received 13 responses and there was 1 abstain.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Nobles. Now moving along to committee reports, Mr. Wayne Benjamin.
Yeah, I will refer everyone to the minutes of the land use committee meeting, but I do want to point out that, we had 2 presentations and an update, a presentation on an effort that the Historic Districts Council is undertaking to expand the services they were providing in the Bronx to engage communities that have traditionally not been involved in preservation and historic designation. And then a presentation by the Department of City Planning on a zoning for coastal flood resiliency. On that second presentation, I just want everyone to understand that in January, the Land Use Committee will be considering a resolution, which will probably have to go to the Executive Committee. And the background is this: City Planning released that zoning text amendment October 19th. They contacted the office of myself in late November to present that zoning text amendment at our December meeting, with the deadline for all comments, and this is a citywide text amendment, being the 28th of this month. So we told them that timeline is much too tight for us. You know, the best we can do is to have a resolution considered at our January meeting and presented to the exec committee to consider. We were told that we're not the only community board that has raised an issue with that, and that the chair of city planning will in fact be taking comments, you know, beyond the December 28th deadline. But I'm just putting it on the record, because in other instances where the exec committee had to act on behalf of the board because of timing issues like this, there are some board members who thought there was a lack of transparency. And typically there is not a lack of transparency. We've run into exactly what we've run into here, where we get late notice from a city agency and the time frame is too tight to go through the normal process. And so, you know, with that, once again, I refer you to the minutes of the December meeting. I just wanted everyone to be on notice on how we intend to proceed with this item in January. Any questions?
Going one, twice, three times. Thank
Drop
you.
it in.
Mary Anderson. Concerns of the
Yes,
aging.
sir. I just want to refer everybody to the minutes. As far as the minutes go, I want to just address the agenda for our January meeting. Carmen de la Rosa will be presenting on the two bills that she's sponsoring that affect the aging. And we'll also be talking about mental health legislation and initiatives. And I would like to encourage everybody to tune into our meeting to hear about these bills and also to talk about the mental health issues. Thank you, and happy holidays to everybody.
Thank you, Mary. Liz Ritter.
Thank you. I want to let folks know that we had a ribbon cutting of the Adventure and Sunken Playground at Highbridge Park on Tuesday, which is part of the Anchor Parks initiative. It's beautiful. I encourage you to go over there. There is an Eagle Watch in Inwood Hill Park on Saturday at 9. Meet up with the Urban Park Rangers at Dykeman and Henshaw. And please read the minutes. It was really a remarkable committee meeting, and I am so, so proud of this community. We had a hard conversation about the legacy of racism in James Gordon Bennett and how best to deal with renaming. Should we rename Bennett Park? If so, what should we rename Bennett Park? And there was just an incredible public conversation with people giving heartfelt, frank thoughts on this. We didn't get to any resolution yet. We'll be looking to come to some kind of consensus, maybe January, maybe February. We've got some research to do with the Lenape Center and some other organizations. But it's been a really long time since I've seen that level of just really solid engagement. So I encourage you to read the minutes, and yeah, that's it from me.
Thank you. Housing and Human Services, Ariel Miranda. Floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. For this past month's meeting, we were discussing essentially two issues that fall really under the purview of the Department of Homeless Services. One being the usage of public space at the Fort Washington Armory, as well as the pretty much the issue that we've just come to learn a little bit more about, the 3966 10th Avenue siting of a potential shelter. Following our meeting, we had essentially wanted to work with one of our partners from before, GDS, who had been coming forward asking questions about the site's usage at the Fort Washington Armory, as well as essentially trying to work with getting in contact and partnering a little bit more in a better relationship with DHS to learn a little bit about what's been going on with the planning of this shelter site. We were just emailed after our meeting to be informed that they had chosen this site. We're already in the purchasing process. They have pretty much, and I should mention that this is a BRC, the organization that's identified themselves to essentially be operating this potential shelter site. They are looking to essentially start an engagement process with us and as well the community, because they've also come to understand that this site was the former burial ground of what was enslaved people from years back. There's clearly a lot to unpack there. And I just want to invite, of course, everyone to please come to our meetings. On a separate note, I just wanted to hit upon our last month's discussion about the resolution. Quite frankly, I was a bit taken aback when having discussed the presentation of a resolution that would support giving resources to many families that are both within this community as well across the city, specifically vouchers. I think that we did not have a productive conversation in which we essentially had words being exchanged so as to other many of the families that are in need of services. And so, you know, when talking about diversity and opinion of thought, this was this matter that struck a chord with me. I've tried to be very vocal about this with the community and the committee, that I specifically was a child that was evicted from my household, was on public welfare benefits in the 90s when there was a stringent theory going for saying there is a quote unquote welfare queen that was racist. And it goes along with a long history of problems that are focused on essentially othering specifically Black and brown people. So I just want to bring that to the forefront here. And I want to ask that people are a bit more considerate when we discuss policy. We do not have to other individuals when we're saying that we disagree with directions of how we want to address problems. That is everything.
Thank you, Ariel, for your advocacy and sharing your personal experience with us. That's always telling of a person that's willing to put it all out, so that not just a piece of paper on a resolution counts, but also your experience makes it even more profound. So thanks, Ariel. Faye, and then Liv.
Can I just ask a quick question of Ariel?
Sure.
Yeah.
Ariel, can we, I just want to publicly have on the record, can we get together to talk a little bit about the African-American and enslaved people's burial and Native American burial grounds, because there was a lot of work done on that through Parks and Cultural Affairs. So I'd like to be able to share some of that with you as you go forward with that in your committee.
Yes, absolutely. We kind of hit upon this at the executive, but yeah, any partners that want to come from various committees or perhaps across the entire board, please do feel free. You know, again, I just want to get more information because that is just the issue that I'm having right now. I haven't gotten that, but yes, I'm more than happy to work with you about putting forward a resolution specifically addressing the burial ground.
Cool, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Faye, and then
yes,
prize of the night.
Okay,
Curtis.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, everyone. So I just want to start, but I may not going to elaborate too much about my committee, but I wanted to just suggest everybody to look into the minutes. For the most part, we have two presentations. We have Amber announcing their third branch into Washington Heights Inwood 215th Street coming in 2021. Also, we have an organization that was announcing for those inclined to guitar music, playing guitars. Look at the minute so you can see the details if you want to get registered. In January 11, we're going to have the mayor office coming over, the mayor funds to Adain, New York City. So this is a project that they are looking into. They're going to be, I believe, creating I think it's a soccer football and the field of PS 187. So look into that. I already sent the agenda. You should have the details. Besides that, I would like to also say congratulations to everyone, that has been reelected. Crawford, I must tell you, I'm very impressed the way you handle everything. I think if I can choose 3 words, I carefully would say that you acted very consistent, with consistency. Very professional. And I have to say that above all, my favorite word, very respectful. And you show tolerance. And I really want to say congratulations. You are a true gentleman, and I really am very proud to be your caddy. I want to say that to you. You did a great job, outstanding.
Thank you.
And along with that, I just my last word. I wanted to say to the Isabella, I'm gonna miss not to be there. December. I really miss Isabella being in there, putting our show. Mary, the rest. And for the rest of you guys, I just wish you a wonderful and happy holiday. Be safe, and I really hope that next year things perhaps turn different. And
Okay.
That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Faye. I know that they're not in the agenda, but I guess there must have been some sort of situation there. So I'd like to have Curtis de Young give his presentation. Yeah, you got to say D moving forward.
Thank you very much. To echo Faye, Noble's great job tonight. Tanya, congratulations. You well-deserved win. So I want to just recap a few things from our Public Safety Committee meeting, and I'll pass it over to my Assistant Chair, Danielle, to give you more information. So I'll be brief for my part. Obviously, there's a continued issue with with GLAs, which is car theft. So the precincts have advised everyone to not leave your cars out. If you're listening out there, don't leave your cars running while you're going to do your shopping, because car thefts are up tremendously, as we've seen over the past few months. Burglaries also are up. It's the holiday season, so if you have packages being delivered, the precinct has advised us to have them delivered to your neighbors, or have your neighbors to look out for them, or schedule deliveries when you are home. The second issue we tabled, we'll be talking about fire hydrants and also firework mitigation plan, a joint resolution with the Health and Environment Committee, our January meeting. Thank you, Eleazar, for giving me information about the fire hydrant and sending over additional information on that issue. The third thing is we also discuss priorities for 2021. Our committee is hoping to organize a reimagining public safety public meeting, perhaps the month of February. We'll be using some of our time in January to talk about what that looks like and to think about who we want to be on that panel, mainly activists, organizers who are working in the field of reimagining public safety. We are also looking to tackle issues of the decriminalization of mental health, as well as gun trafficking and gun control, and maybe even find a way to collaborate with the business committee on the marijuana issues that may be coming up, legalization. So the reimagining public safety, I would look forward to maybe working with my fellow chairs on education committee, housing committee, and maybe even health committee, because reimagining public safety really begins with education in my perspective. And the last but not least, we had a presentation from an organization. I'm going to turn it over to my assistant chair to explain. We had a resolution that we tabled because we needed more information, but I want to give you an overview from our assistant chair of what that will look like in the future. So Danielle, take it away.
Thanks so much, Curtis. So as Curtis said, we had an incredible presentation
from the Catal Center for Equity, Health, and Justice. And they talked about what's called a Less is More campaign, which is aimed at keeping people out of jail who are on parole. So it's specifically addressing technical violations with a goal of, again, keeping those folks out of jail and reinvesting the money that would be saved from keeping those folks out of jail in communities. And so we have a resolution, but the thing is we wanted to wait until we had specific numbers of the number of people who are on parole in our community. So we're just waiting a little bit until we get those numbers. And also the legislature doesn't start until January 6th. So we have a little bit of time. So as Curtis said, we're gonna discuss that again and vote again on that in January.
And just to piggyback, thank you so much, Danielle. Danielle took the lead on this issue. She reached out to the organization. She invited them. She is taking the lead on the resolution as well. So thank you for being an amazing assistant chair and really pushing the agenda forward and making sure these conversations are had at our committees. So thank you, Danielle.
All right, thank you, guys. Domingo, it's almost 10 o'clock. We're gonna wrap it up with Domingo and a few words from
and Steve's report.
You skipped me.
Oh, Steve Simon.
Go ahead, Steve.
Excuse, am I going ahead now?
Yes.
All right, so we began the meeting with an overview of the COVID-19 crisis. I want to bring it home to the community level. We probably had the greatest number of COVID-19 cases in our community last week, 418, and all of our zip codes are between 5 and 6% positivity rate, which is way above the general rule of thumb of not going over 3%. Zip code 34 actually is improved over where it was a couple of weeks ago. Its positivity rate came down, but the number of people who were found to be positive actually went up. There were 126 people in zip code 33, 83 people in zip code 34, 130 people in zip code 32, and 79 people in zip code 40. The city has got 3 testing sites in our community, which are operating. Well, 2 of them are operating 7 days a week. One of them is at the Highbridge Pool at Amsterdam Avenue and 173rd Street. It's open 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. The Dyckman Clínica de las Americas at Nagel Avenue and Dyckman Street is open Monday to Saturday, 9 a.m. to 3:30, Sunday from 9 a.m. to 1 o'clock. And the health department has a site which is open Monday to Friday, 9 to 5 at 600 West 168th Street at Broadway, 168th Street. You need an appointment to go to that one. I went there a few days ago, got the results by the end of the day, and I'm told that the service at the other 2 locations is also pretty good.
Yeah.
So I urge anybody who has not been tested to go ahead and get tested. It's important to know your actual status, since with this virus, it turns out you can be asymptomatic and you could be spreading it without knowing. So it's certainly, I think we should show an example to other people in the community, and we should all get tested if you haven't already done so. And if you have been tested, I believe the advice is that you could, you should be tested again like in another month or so. The last thing I want to mention is, I think I mentioned at last month's meeting that the Corner Project had made a presentation to my committee about its plan to set up a set of trailers covering Amsterdam Avenue between 176th and 177th Street in an effort to try to reestablish its presence and provide its services in our community again. Hello?
Yeah, Steve.
Okay. All right.
You
So
can wrap it up in about 10 seconds because you're over time.
Eliezer had suggested that this should be the subject of a public hearing, which I then passed that message on to the Corner Project. We discussed it. They were willing to do it, and now they've gone back to me to tell me that they have put a hold on their application, and they are revising their plans. So our public hearing, I guess, is now on hold, waiting to hear back from them. That's my report.
Domingo, you, and then we're gonna vote, and then we're gonna call on.
Congratulations to everybody who won. My report is pretty brief. I'm gonna refer to the minutes. But also, most importantly, yes, Lori, I received the email. Thank you, and hope everybody enjoys their holidays and Happy New Year's.
Now, Ozzy, if you want to do a roll call so we can do the voting.
So, Eliezer, just a quick question for Domingo.
Domingo, can you get back on?
Domingo's still there?
Yeah, he's there.
Sure. So, Domingo, at the Business Development Committee, you discussed the proposed commercial office building next to the Inwood Library. So if that also came up in the Land Use Committee, and my suggestion was to reach out to you at a Business Development and find out if you intend to invite the developer to do a presentation. Maybe we can collaborate, or you can just feed us whatever information you get from that. Okay.
I think in the essence of everything that everybody's promoting right now, it seems like cross collaborations is extremely important. So as I do reach out, I'll send you all the information, and we could potentially do something in January, February.
Sure.
All right. So I'll just expect an email from me, Wayne, and I'll follow up via email.
Okay, takes good.
Ozzy, we want to do a roll call so we can vote on the license and resolutions.
Okay, just make sure that you're holding your most up-to-date agenda. We are voting. There is an executive committee. No.
No, there isn't.
There isn't. I'm sorry. So all we have is the 13 licensing resolutions. Item number 9 was withdrawn, so you don't have to tell me how you vote on it. Okay. Marielle Ali.
Hi, OC. Abstain on resolution 10, yes to the rest.
Abstain on 10, yes to the rest. Richard Allman. Richard Allman.
Unmuted, no on 10, yes on the rest.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Unmuted, no on 10, yes on the rest.
No on 10, yes to the rest. Francisco Alvarez. Not here. Mary Anderson.
Excuse me, no on 10, yes to the rest.
No on 10, yes to the rest. Glennis is excused. Wayne.
No on 6, 7, 8, 10, and 13. Yes to the rest.
No on 6, 7, 8, 10, and 13. Yes to the rest. Jim Berlin.
No on 6, 7, 8, 10 on 13. Yes to the rest.
No on 6, 7, 8, 10, and 13. Yes to the rest.
Thank you. Very good.
Thank you. Tanya?
Yes, no on 7, 8, 10, yes to the rest.
No on 7, 8, 10. No on 7, 8, 10, yes to the rest.
Yes, correct. Thank you, Olsen.
Daryl?
Yes, abstain on 7, 8, 10, and 13. Yes to the rest.
Abstain on 7, 8, 10, and 13. Yes to the rest. Nobles?
No on 10, yes to the rest. Thank you, OC.
No on 10, yes to the rest. Robin? Robin Cruz? Robin, are you there?
Robin's not here.
Okay, I'll get back to him. Waldis Cruz.
Yes to all.
Yes to all. Okay, Gerard. Gerard Dangle.
Yes.
How do you vote?
Yes to all.
Yes to all. Catherine Diaz.
Yes to all.
Yes to all. Naisha Diaz.
Yes to all.
Yes to all. Domingo.
That was number 10, right, Liz? No on number 10 and yes to the rest.
No on 10. Yes to the rest. Gabriela.
No on 10, yes to the rest. Liz, you the captain, apparently.
No on 10. Yes to the rest.
Oh, she just made a valid argument.
Thank you. Ashley.
Yes to all.
Yes to all. Sarah Fisher. Sally.
Sorry, no on 7, 8, 10. Abstain on 1 through 6, 11, and 13, and yes on 12.
Gonna have to repeat that. No on
Okay.
7, 8, 10.
Right. Abstain on 1 through 6, 11, and 13, and yes to 12.
I'm gonna repeat it back to you. No on 7, 8, and 10. Abstain to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11, and 13, and yes to 12.
Yep.
Okay. Faye Florimon.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes to all.
Yes to all. Barbara. Can somebody please unmute the music? If you're not talking now, can you please mute yourself? Thank you.
Better keep going and come back to her. Barbara fell asleep.
No, I am not. No,
Okay, Barbara.
No on 7, 8, and 10. Yes to the rest.
No on 7, 8, and 10. Yes to the rest.
Correct.
Mariella Graham.
No on 7, 8, 10, and 13. Yes to the rest.
No on 7, 8, 10, and 13. Yes to the rest. Juan Guzman.
Yes to all.
Yes to all. Miriam James.
No on 10, yes to the rest.
No on 10. Yes to the rest. Danielle.
Abstain on 10. Yes to the rest.
Abstain on 10. Yes to the rest. Leo.
Yes to all.
Yes to all. Joseph.
Yes to all except for 7, 8, and 10, on which I vote no.
I'm sorry. Hold on a second. Sorry. Can you please can you repeat it, please?
Yes to all except for 7, 8, and 10, on which I vote no.
Okay, so you vote no on 7, 8, and 10. Yes to the rest.
Correct.
Okay. I vote no on 7, 8, and 10, and yes to the rest. Betty Lehman. Betty? I'll get back to her.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry.
No on 7, 8, 10, and 13. Yes to the rest.
No on 7, 8, 10, and 13. Yes to the rest. Francisco Lopez.
Yes to everything except 10, abstain on 10.
Abstain on 10. Yes to the rest. Liz.
No on 7, 8, 10, and 13. Yes to the rest.
No on 7, 8, 10, 13. Yes to the rest.
Correct.
Maria Luna, excuse. Cindy. Cindy Matos. Cindy? Okay, I'll get back to her. Jay. Jay, are you?
He's not. Let me call him.
Okay. Okay, I will get back to him. Isidro.
Yes to all.
Yes to all. Ariel?
Yes to all except 10 on 10 on which I vote no.
No on 10. Yes to the rest. Debbie is excused. Jonathan?
Yes to all.
Yes to all. Aisha?
Yes to all. Happy holidays to all the members and the community.
Yes to all. Rosie?
Yes to all, and I abstain on 10. Thank you.
So it's not yes to all. You abstain on 10.
Yes, yes.
And yes to the rest. Thank
Correct.
you.
Thank you.
Paradise?
Yes to all.
Yes to all. Christina?
I abstain on 10. Yes to the rest.
Abstain on 10. Yes to the rest. Bruce?
No, 7, 8, 10. Yes to the rest.
No on 7, 8, 10, and yes to the rest. Edda?
No on 7, 8, 10, and abstain on 13, and yes to the rest.
No on 7, 8, 10. Abstain on 13, and yes to the rest. Steve?
Abstain on 6, voting no on 7, 8, and 10, and abstaining on 13. Voting yes on the rest.
Abstain on 6. You vote no on 7, 8, and 10, and you abstain on 13.
And yes on the rest.
And yes on the rest. Thank you. Omar?
Voting no on 7, 8, and 10. Yes to the rest. And thank you for putting your faith in me, Community Board 12.
No on 7, 8, and 10. Yes to the rest. Angel?
Yes to all.
Yes to all. Christopher? Christopher Ventura?
No to 10, yes to all.
No to 10. Yes to the rest. Curtis?
No to 7, 8, and 10, and yes to the rest.
No to 7, 8, and 10. Yes to the rest. Now I'm going to go back to Robin Cruz. Are you back?
Mary has her hand up too.
Let me go through the one that weren't here the first round. Robin Cruz, are you back?
He's not here yet.
Cindy Matos, are you back?
No, she's not here.
Jay Mazer, are you back?
I wasn't able to reach him. He did not answer his phone.
Okay, so I'm now going back to Mary Anderson. I'm sorry, Catherine?
Muted, Mary.
Yeah, there you go.
Sorry, I had to unmute. Change of vote on 7 and 8.
Okay.
I want to vote no on those two.
Okay, no to 7, no to 8, and I have you as no for 10 and yes to the rest.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Eli?
Yes to all.
Yes to all. Okay, I'm gonna do one more time. Robin Cruz. Cindy Matos.
Not on the call.
And Jay, okay.
Good. We're good?
Yes, we're good.
Right. Excellent. So thank you. This is our last meeting of the year. I'd like to give both Isidro and Gerard a minute or two to take the floor and say a few words. I know that we're still going to be together, but I think that it's due of the both of you guys to really speak and say, talk about, say whatever you guys feel like saying for the next minute or so.
I'll take 30 seconds. I'm really proud of the work that this community board has produced. It has been a challenge, but we have overcome a lot. This pandemic has, I think, taught us that despite of the differences that we might have, we can still come together. And I'm sure that this executive committee is going to work extremely hard to make sure that we overcome those obstacles. Stay safe, stay healthy, stay blessed. Do take care of yourselves.
Gerard. Well, Gerard, if you don't say anything, I'll just wrap it up by saying thank you. This has been a year full of challenges, personal challenges. We've lost a lot of good people related to us and not related to us. I also like to give thanks to those of us who put in so much work, and special thanks to Richard Lewis, who passed in February due to unknown causes, but he was part of our family at some point in time. And we all need to be appreciated every once in a while. Unless anyone has anything else to say, I'd like to have someone.
No.
Motion to adjourn.
No, hold on.
Natalie,
Francisco, you have your hands up?
Yeah, me and Osi, but who can help me navigate the emails for the local officials that spoke or the representatives of the local officials that spoke today? How can I get those emails?
Call the office. Ebenezer has all that information.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, just want to say that resolution number 10 did not pass.
I think we have enough time to get those results. And then thank you to each one of us that was elected, the new board of directors or new elected members. We have a lot of work ahead of us, this continuation. Hopefully we'll set the tone as to how we work, collaborate with one another, that each one of our committees are more than just aisles or different countries, that we can figure out a way that we can, have more togetherness amongst one another.
Eli, one more thing before you wrap it up, that we had 46 people voting.
Thank you, OC. I was just about to
go
say.
ahead. You should say it.
In the tally for the 45, I forgot to add Jay Mazur's floor vote. So the folks that had won, just add 1 to the tally I recorded. But there are 46 votes. In the documents you will see in the office, there will be 46 votes. Thank you, OC.
Anyone else that wants to say anything else? Can I get a motion to adjourn?
I'm sorry. I wanted to say, I'm sorry. Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to everybody for your faith in me. And please keep holding me accountable to make sure that I am representing you in a way that is appropriate and beneficial to the board. Thank you to everybody for your support. I really, really appreciate it. At the bottom of my heart, it takes a village. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Mr. Chair, may I say something?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Because the borough president takes advantage of the Zoom platform to do her own report, I don't get to address you, but I didn't want the year to end without thanking you all for your service. You're all very special to me. Thank you for all of you who stepped forward to run for office. Congratulations to those who won. As always, my office has your back. Let us know what you need. And please be safe and have blessed holidays. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Natalie.
More solidarity. All righty. Motion. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Happy holidays. Happy New Year.
Happy holidays, everyone.
Happy holidays, everybody.
too.
Happy holidays.
Guys, wear masks. Hey, bye-bye.
We're not waiting for any of the mail-in ballots, so don't we give
What
them
a
more
cutie.
time?
Well, we have to go to the Supreme Court. We have to get Rudy Giuliani to help us with this, you know.
No, Nobles, we're not going to certify. We're not going to certify this
Hair
election
dye.
till the mail-in ballots come in.
Exactly.